I would like to request all to please stand up and we'll have a lightening of the lamp by our respected dignitaries. नाही आता नाहीच म्हणतात.
Pranam, Namaskar, good morning, Suprabhat. I am very much delighted to be with you this morning, and I want to offer my pranams and seek blessings of all of you, but particularly the people who are sitting on dais. I always believe that enlightenment does not come by experience or by age or by time. It's a moment that transforms you into that phase, and everything before that, whatever you are, whatever you have, gets completely transformed. And that moment can come in everybody's life anytime. Therefore, it is very important to be able to keep your eyes and ears open, to be able to grasp everything, to be able to absorb everything that is happening around you. And then, probably equally importantly, or more importantly, respect each and everybody. On this planet, we are only one species out of 1.7 million. To be precise, 17 lakh 44,330 species have been identified by man. Out of these, we are only one species. But the way in which we are growing exponentially, we have overpowered everything with the belief that we are the only people or only species which has brain, and we can do everything to conquer this world. And we have forgotten that there has to be an equitable sharing of everything, of resources, of the use of resources that we are making. And without harming every individual species, we have to coexist. And if we don't consider this planet as something that we have inherited from our parents and that we owe to our next generation, the next generation will not forgive us if we are not able to take care of these natural resources of the world. There is something beyond this. The ethos and the scriptures that we all believe have guided this mankind from its very evolution are the scriptures of our Hindustan or Bharat. And they have guided the entire world and the philosophies of the world to be able to come to terms with the fact that all are equals. No matter we belong to different race, different religion, different caste, the color is different, the composition is different. But genetically we are one species. And therefore, when we talk about our commitment to our motherland, our parents, human beings, and everybody surrounding us, it is a moment of enlightenment. In India, in our own motherland, we are very fortunate to be born because this is the land which has given wisdom to the entire world. We talk about universities, we have record of universities like Takshashila or Nalanda, which were in existence, which imparted knowledge and wisdom 2800 years before Christ. Unfortunately, that legacy was lost in between, and the continuity of knowledge imparting stopped for a while. But the work that was done by these universities inspired the Western world and the rest of the world, where somewhere around 1088, the first known university in the Western world was born, that is in Bologna in Italy, in 1088. And that is by far the oldest in the world, which was established and has continued. Our universities were established, then they were discontinued, and again some of them are revived. So Bologna is one of the centers of knowledge in the Western world, but they too have derived wisdom and knowledge from country like India. We have various luminaries on the dais. Don't go by the color of their clothes, particularly the orange. We feel and believe that they are the ones who have been only doing sadhana. But that sadhana is after attaining enlightenment. And many of them are outstanding scholars, more educated than any of us in this hall. They have been graduates from IITs, and you can name, they are from the best of the institutions of the world. And despite gaining that knowledge and wisdom, they believed that their role is something to offer to humanity, for the betterment of humanity. And that is what one of our great freedom fighters has once said. His name is Vinayak Damodar Savarkar. And he said, and I repeat, and I quote, देहाकडून देवाकडे जाताना मध्ये फक्त देश लागतो आणि आपण या देशाचं काहीतरी देणं लागतो. I translate in English. From the point of your occurrence on this planet till the point of your departure for a journey to eternity, only one thing comes in between, and that is your nation. No matter where you are born, but your nation is the only place which will come in between the journey of your beginning and journey to eternity. And you owe something to your motherland. You owe something to your nation. And if each one of us understand this properly, in spirit and in practice, I believe that all of us will be a better human being, because then you will start respecting your own colleague. There will not be any competition. You will start respecting your teachers who taught you right from your childhood till the time you have been willing to learn everything. Teacher is not the one who teaches you in the classroom. Teacher can be your own friend who sits next to you on your bench. You can learn everything and at least few good things from everybody that you meet in your life. And therefore, the philosophy of Vedanta, Vaishnavism, and everything that we talk about ultimately takes to that point where we understand how to respect the humanity and the entire world. And I believe in that philosophy. Within India, we have Vaishnavites and Shaivites, and you have Namam and you have this, and you are differentiated. But Shiva and Vishnu is part of Trimurti, that Brahma, Vishnu, and Shankar. They are part of Trimurti as envisaged in our scriptures. And we have a place of birth of Dattatreya, the Trimurti, in Maharashtra. And this is a land blessed with not only saints, great scholars, but also divine people who connected God with human beings. And that is where we believe that the first university in the country, which was established date-wise second after University of Calcutta, and one of our senior scholars is here. The holy month of Ramzan is just over. But I believe that no religion can separate human beings if you believe in one philosophy of humanity. There are only two religions in this world. The one with those who think good and the one with those who think bad. That's it. There is no other religion beyond that. And therefore I try practicing Ramzan. For the last 12 years I have been doing it. This was my 12th year to follow Ramzan. Because I believe that you should understand what we call it as Atma Klesha. Unless you understand the plight of people who do not have access to food, how will you understand what is the importance of food? You go home and your parents, your mother will just wait for you to come, cook every day something different and feed you. And you will say that I don't like brinjal, I don't like palak or spinach, and you will throw away the plate which is in front of you. You step out of your house for higher education or to gain wisdom after gaining knowledge. You realize you may have money in your pocket, but there may not be a restaurant in a place you may visit in the remotest part of the world. And then you will remember your mother, how important it was for you to get food on time. And that's where this Atma Klesha, every religion has described it. And therefore we have to understand. We have to practice that, at least in mind. If you are able to understand that, your expression will be the same. You will be able to look at the world in a different manner. And therefore, in this 160th year of excellence of the University of Mumbai, which was established on 18th of July 1857, within next 10 days we will complete 160 years. But the first 100 years of formal education in India, from 1857 to 1956 till the time the UGC was established, the total number of universities were only 24. And today we have close to 800 universities in our country. and still we are not able to reach the unreached population of our young generation, where they are deprived of higher education because of the economic disparity. We'll have to understand the philosophy of Vaishnavism and any other religion. You can imagine our teacher from Calcutta University has been a scholar in Vaishnavism and studies which are related to Hindu religion, but he is a Muslim by religion. And that is the lesson that we have to learn, that these are the inspirers, these are the game changers in the entire philosophy of practice. People from Stockholm, they have come here. They are some of the scholars. They have attained more knowledge than some of our scholars over here. But they are able to show by their own example that how humanity is one, and we have to work for the betterment of humanity. My teachers, though they never taught me, but I have learned so much from them. People like Shubhada Joshi madam, people like Gauri Mahulikar madam, with whom I worked very closely as a junior colleague. Now I hold a position which is of a guardian of this university, and I know fully my commitment and responsibility to do everything that is possible, that is required for the betterment of our students. And therefore, I can only tell you one thing, though I have little time to spend here, my soul will be with you during these discussions, and I'll be going to attend another meeting. But I wish you all the best in whatever you are doing. I offer my pranams and seek blessings of all the visionaries sitting on dais. And I want blessings for the university. I want blessings for the system which has always served the humanity, the society. And every time there has been a problem within the society, universities have provided that wisdom, and they have resolved the problems of society, not necessarily only related to education. And therefore, that continued faith of the society in the system like university is our inspiration to do everything that is good, everything that will make our country proud, and everything that will make each of our students proud that they belong to the University of Mumbai. I convey my best wishes to all those who thought of our university as a venue and thought of us as collaborators for this wonderful journey to attaining wisdom. And I'm sure this bond will strengthen by contribution of all my colleagues. Our colleague Dr. Chandrakant Puri sir is here. Please come on dais, sir. And we have people from different backgrounds, and they have been able to contribute. One of our former colleagues, Dr. Badode sir, also is contributing immensely even after formal superannuation. And therefore, I believe we require combination of old and new, old in terms of experience, not in terms of age, and new in terms of younger generation who believe in aligning themselves to the common goal of taking our nation to a different level. And I thank you very much for your contribution, all my colleagues in the university, all those who have come from different parts of the state and outside India and outside other, and also the research institutions. We all feel very proud that we come together for the same cause. And I'm grateful to all of you, sirs, for your contribution, and let us work together to make our country proud. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
I would like to request Prabhuji to present token of love to Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Sanjay Deshmukh sir. Please clap. Sir.
Just say that because of His Holiness that we can skip those things. But we will,
Yes, after this very memorable moment, we'll go ahead, and I would like to request students from Oswald College to present Saraswati Vandana in front of us. So we'll welcome them for their Saraswati Vandana. Okay, take the mic.
हाँ बोला सर ऐकिए
या कुन्दे तुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्करं प्रभृतिभिः देवै सदा वन्दिता सा मा पातु सरस्वती भगवती निशेषजाड्यापहा
थैंक यू. बहुत ही अच्छा हमारे सामने इन्होंने सरस्वती वंदना का श्लोक Now I would like to request to play a university song, and I would like to request all of you to please stand up for the university song. नहीं म्यूजिक है म्यूजिक.
सुन्दरं मन्दिरं शारदाया कुम्बापुरी विश्वविद्यालयम् इदं सुन्दरं मन्दिरं शारदाया कुम्बापुरी विश्वविद्यालयम् कलाशास्त्रवाणिज्यशाखाधिरूढा अमूढा विमुक्ता विहङ्गामयम् शृण्वन्तु सर्वे दृढं निश्चयम् शृण्वन्तु सर्वे दृढं निश्चयम् इदं सुन्दरं मन्दिरं शारदाया कुम्बापुरी विश्वविद्यालयम् सत्यं वदामो धर्मं चरामो नयामो नृणां दुःखभारं लयम् सत्यं वदामो धर्मं चरामो नयामो नृणां दुःखभारं लयम् स्वकार्ये रतानां सदा जागृतानां भवेत्ति भविष्येति तस्मात् भयम् शृण्वन्तु सर्वे दृढं निश्चयम् शृण्वन्तु सर्वे दृढं निश्चयम् इदं सुन्दरं मन्दिरं शारदाया कुम्बापुरी विश्वविद्यालयम् युवा स्यात् बलिष्ठो युवा स्यात् गरिष्ठो युवा ध्येयनिष्ठो विभूयात् स्वयं युवा स्यात् बलिष्ठो युवा स्यात् गरिष्ठो युवा ध्येयनिष्ठो विभूयात् स्वयं यदि स्यात् युवा राष्ट्रकर्तव्यनिष्ठा समान्येत तत्त्वं हि लोकत्रयम् शृण्वन्तु सर्वे दृढं निश्चयम् शृण्वन्तु सर्वे दृढं निश्चयम् इदं सुन्दरं मन्दिरं शारदाया कुम्बापुरी विश्वविद्यालयम् पूजनीयं स्वदेशात् परं नास्ति देवालयम् वन्दामहे भारतं पूजनीयं स्वदेशात् परं नास्ति देवालयम् अद्यैव सर्वे प्रतिष्ठापयामो ममत्वेन सर्वं समत्वं नयम् शृण्वन्तु सर्वे दृढं निश्चयम् शृण्वन्तु सर्वे दृढं निश्चयम् इदं सुन्दरं मन्दिरं शारदाया कुम्भापुरी विश्वविद्यालयम् इदं सुन्दरं मन्दिरं शारदाया कुम्भापुरी विश्वविद्यालयम् कलाशास्त्रवाणी च शाखाभिरूढा अमूढा विमुक्ता विनम्रा वयम् शृण्वन्तु सर्वे दृढं निश्चयम् शृण्वन्तु सर्वे दृढं निश्चयम् शृण्वन्तु सर्वे दृढं निश्चयम्
Now I would like to request Dr. Donde ma'am to give a welcome note to all of us.
Good morning, everyone. Only the thing is that we started with some, thought of some sequence, but then we have changed the sequence only to adjust few things which is very important for us. So now, as a customary, I am standing before you to welcome the dignitaries. Gauranga Prabhuji, please up. So today, it's a very great occasion of international conference on relevance, role and resurgence of Vaishnavism studies in 21st century. It's of course the brainchild of Gauranga Prabhuji, which we are trying to realize and making our efforts to do things which can, actually bring the change in the system. This is being jointly organized by Bhakti Vedanta Vidyapeeth Research Center and my college, Shri Halari Visa Oswal Degree College. Today, we are very proud to have very eminent dignitaries with us, and we would like to welcome them in spite of their very busy schedule and coming from very far distance, they are among us. So, Shri Satish Morji, Maya Sahani, Dr. Puri, Dr. Gauri Mahulikar, Dr. Ferdinando Sardinella, Dr. Ruby Sen, Maqbool Islam, Dr. Madhvi Narsale, Dr. Shakuntala Gavde, Dr. Shubhada Joshi, Dr. Kala Acharya. We are very much thankful that in a very short notice that all of these people have accepted our invitation to come here and deliberate on Vaishnavism, and we are happy that they have made it like we had kept it in so early hours of the day, but still they are all in time and they are among us. I welcome all of you wholeheartedly, sirs and madams, and we are very happy that we thought of Vaishnavism like conference for the first time in this university, and we were apprehensive that how we will get the response, but we are happy that the response is good and we could see that we see amongst us, and it's a very encouraging sign that that's why we have also taken up a small project like starting a research center. I'm sure that research center will grow with the blessing of all of y'all, and I'm once again welcome all of you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you ma'am. Now I would like to request Gaurang Prabhuji to felicitate Dr. Chandrakant Puri sir. I would like to request Gaurang Prabhuji to felicitate Ferdinando sir, Dr. Ferdinando sir. I would like to request Gaurang Prabhuji to felicitate Dr. Gauri Mahulikar ma'am. Request Prabhuji to felicitate Maya Sahani ma'am. Request Prabhuji to felicitate Dr. Satish Moth sir. Request Prabhuji to felicitate Dr. Ruby Sen ma'am. Requesting Prabhuji to felicitate Dr. Maqbul Islam sir. Requesting Prabhuji to felicitate Shubda Joshi ma'am. Thank you, Prabhuji. Now I would like to request Honorable Director, Rajiv Gandhi Center for Contemporary Studies, Dr. Chandrakant Puri sir, to come and give inaugural speech.
Namaskar to all of you, all respected dignitaries here, Prabhuji, all my colleagues, senior colleagues here, Dr. Donde, all the experts who have come from outside, all who are associated with this association, organization, and all the dear students come all the way from Bhiwandi. I know your enthusiasm, and all my dear colleague, my Ameya is doing a wonderful job. Praveen is here, Dr. Narsal is here. I've been associated with Bhakti Vedanta and other things in a very different way. That way I'm odd man out actually, because I was resident of Mira Road and Srishti Complex, resident of Srishti Complex, and that is how we have all of us, we as a family, we have grown eating khichdi of the Bhakti Vedanta Mandir there. Been associated with this from a different perspective. I understand that spirituality is a core to everybody's life. There are various ways of practicing it. People like me, who is a practitioner in the field of social work, working for tribal people for last 25 years. And we have a very rich tradition in Maharashtra where all Sant Mahatmas have said that, जो का रंजले गांजले त्यासी म्हणे जो आपुले तोची साधू ओळखावा देव तेथेची जाणावा. So I think person like me, I said odd man out because I don't know much about your Vaishnavism, Shaivism and all those differences and delicacies of that. But I know one thing, that all the sects that we are talking about, they talk about one thing, and that one thing is that you have to serve humanity. Last 25 years I have been doing that. So you can consider me as Shaivism, Vaishnavism, whatever it may be. But one thing is very common to all these, and that is the core of our Hinduism also, that we have to respect each and every individual, make sure that they get dignity. And I have been struggling, fighting for the dignity of the tribal and nomadic tribes for last 25 years. And one thing is very clear, that whichever path you choose, whether you become Swamiji like this, or we have people like us wearing pant shirts, we have one thing is very common, is that the connectivity to the Almighty, to the God. So somebody gets happiness by praying God in a different way. Person like me, for me, praying is to serve people. And I think the kind of eco-village that you have developed, I have been associated, several of friends, Dasji is here, and that is ultimately what Vaishnavism is for me, because it has been a wonderful work that you all have been doing. And I know the kind of midday meal program that you have been doing in Thane, because I have witnessed that as an activist and not as part of your organization. I was very happy, because for tribal people, having one time meal is like a dream come true. We are still in extreme poverty. People are dying just 50 kilometers away from Mumbai. They are dying because there is no food. If you can see the real picture of the recent report of the malnutrition days that are happening, and that is the dominant area, Thane and Raigad. So I think that is a real cause that all of us we will have to work for. I look forward to having many more collaborations with the organization. Discussions are on, and we will take it forward and make sure that whichever path we choose, our commonality is to serve for people, and I know that that is the ultimate truth of life. So let us all join hands together and make sure that what Vice Chancellor Sir has said, nation is more important than anyone else. So let us make sure that everyone on this earth is happy, everyone on earth has a peaceful life, and we all are there because it's God's wish that He has given us the wisdom to serve people. Let us keep serving. Thank you so much.
ओम अज्ञानतिमिरन्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मिलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। नमो ओम विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्तस्वामिनिति नामिने। नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेषशून्यवादी पाश्चात्यदेशतारिणे। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद, श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृंद। हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। Respected dignitaries on the dais, assembled scholars, students, ladies and gentlemen, it's my proud privilege that such an amazing conference is being organized here at Mumbai University. My special gratitude to the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Sanjay Deshmukh, for gracing the occasion even for a few minutes, and by speaking out his heart in such a wonderful way, sharing the message of peace, compassion, dedication to service to humanity and nation building, and the relationship of education institutions towards that particular goal. We are all at a certain point in time where the world is changing faster than ever before. Previously, the kind of changes which would be seen over a period of 50 years is now happening over a period of 5 years. As things change, we need to embrace things that don't change in order to remain rooted, to remain stable, and to remain grounded. And I think that although it is 5,000 years since the Bhagavad Gita was spoken, as opposed to other forms of knowledge which become obsolete over a period of couple of years or 3 years or 5 years, the ancient texts like the Gita seem to be the need of the hour for people of this world who are dealing with modern problems, but they have an opportunity to seek ancient solutions. And therefore, every religion, philosophy across the world, it deals with 5 aspects. First, the starting point of the seeker. Where is he? At what point he is? The second, the destination of the seeker, where he wants to go. Third, what is the experience he is expecting on reaching that destination? There could be different kinds of experiences one may get. Even though the destination is Mumbai, one may have flavors of experiences there. Fourth, what is the journey, path, which the seeker wants to take from the starting point till the ending point? And fifth, what are the obstacles one will face in this journey? So whether it is Hinduism, Islam, Christianity, Buddhism, Jainism, Sikhism, other forms of Western philosophy like Plato, Socrates, Aristotle, or many other kinds of modern theories and philosophies with respect to spirituality and religion, these 5 principles are common amongst all. And therefore, in a world which is completely struck by strife, disharmony, conflicts, challenges, terrorism, poverty, economic inequity, lack of sustainability, environmental degradation, nuclear proliferation, although the nature and names of these problems and the extent and the statistics of how these problems are affecting people across the world may vary, the one common word which is all encompassing and ties a thread around all of these problems is disharmony. So we are facing a global challenge with respect to disharmony at all levels. And therefore, it becomes extremely important for people of this world to understand the secret behind our ancient tradition, ancient wisdom, which encompassed the most important principle of harmony. And therefore, when we speak about harmony, then practically all of these different traditions, religions are offering various paths towards the harmony, various destinations and various experiences, knowing that the current situation is that of disharmony. I am dissatisfied at my current location, therefore I want to go on a journey. And what will be the destination of that journey, experience at that end of the journey? What will be the path I would take to actually make that destination, and what would be the obstacles I would face in that journey, is all the subject matter of discussion of all these various traditions and religions. So zooming within Hinduism, then we have various other concepts within Hinduism: Advaita, Dvaita, Vishishtadvaita, and broadly we are classifying into Vaishnavism and the other kinds of tradition. And even within each one of these, what is the final destination is defined in a different way in Advaita compared to the way it is defined in Dvaita and then Vishishtadvaita. And specifically within the Vaishnav house also, there are these 4 traditions as described in the Padma Purana. Sampradaya vihinaye mantraste nishphalamati ata kalau bhavishyanti chatvara sampradayana. There are 4 sampradayas described within the Vaishnav tradition. Ramanuja Shri Vichakre Madhvacharya Chaturmuha Shri Vishnu Swamino Rudro Nimbaditya Chatuksana. So Ramanuja, Madhvacharya, Nimbarkacharya, Vishnu Swami, they have been described as the 4 leaders of the 4 sampradayas of the Vaishnavas. So if we start analyzing, we will find that practically all of the traditions are dealing with only one thing: how each individual can cope with the disharmony he is experiencing with respect to his interaction with nature, with respect to interaction with other people. And then they are all zooming into the fact that all of that disharmony has in its root the disharmony in the relationship of that soul with the divine, with the supreme. And therefore they all seek to correct and reinstate that relationship. And once the relationship of the soul with the super soul and with the supreme is reinstated in the different flavors as described in all of these traditions, then they are offering solutions with respect to harmony with other souls and harmony with nature. And two of the biggest problems the world is facing today is violence and terrorism, which is the root cause of all, which is actually the root effect or the influence of disharmony with other living beings, and environmental degradation, which is the result or the output of a disharmony in a relationship between the soul and nature. And so, once we establish that relationship with the Supreme, then automatically these two relationships are automatically taken care. Just as a person who identifies in a relationship with his father and mother is immediately able to develop a very close relationship with other members of his family. And so therefore, in our ancient tradition, we have this concept of Udara Charitanam tu Vasudaiva Kutumbukam. So therefore, the ability for us to create this harmony is only possible when we harmonize our relationship with the Supreme, and that's at the root of Vaishnavism. It's very interesting that in the Vaishnava tradition, the word surrender or approaching the Supreme Lord as part of a journey is called Sharanagati. So Sharanagati in English translates as surrender, but the Sanskrit word Sharanagati has the term Gati, which means movement, which means journey. And therefore it is completely in synergy with our understanding that we are all part of a journey, and we are trying to experience the destination and the experience and the path and the obstacles in course of that journey. And therefore it's very important for us to come together and discuss on the various approaches in that journey and the various aspirations we have towards the various destinations which we are looking for in that journey. And a conference of this kind is extremely important because it really addresses the aspirations, the needs, the dreams of harmony which all of us are carrying as part of that journey. And therefore this international conference has brought thought leaders across various flavors of Vaishnavism under one roof in Mumbai University, specifically to see if we could really understand the core of the principle of harmony and how that harmony can be achieved with respect to our relationship with the Supreme, with other living beings, and with nature. And this, I believe, is at the core root principle of relevance, because relevance ultimately translates as something we are dealing with, a major problem we are grappling with, and we are able to find a solution to that problem. Then that solution is called relevant. Many times people approach me and they say, "Oh, you are into spirituality and religion?" And generally their tone of the voice is skeptical. So many times, in order to bewilder them a little bit, I say, "No, I'm not into religion and spirituality, I'm into healthcare." And they get really bewildered. Healthcare? How's that? So WHO defines health as a synergy between body, mind, and soul. And therefore, there have been various epidemics in history where viruses and bacteria have killed human beings in different parts of the world. Thousands of people have been killed over a span of a few years. But very rarely you will find that over a period of 18 days, 64 crore people were killed. There is no record of any epidemic, any virus, any bacteria which has killed 64 crore human beings in a span of mere 18 days. And that is the statistics of the number of people who were killed during the battle of Kurukshetra, when Krishna inspired Arjuna to fight in response and retaliation to Duryodhana's stubbornness. And practically, the entire battle was fought due to the virus of envy plaguing the mind of Duryodhana. So many times people do not see the relevance and the connection between Vaishnavism and real life problems. In essence, Vaishnavism means submitting, acceding, or accepting the will of the Lord. To accept the will of Vishnu, to accept the opinion of Vishnu and his bona fide representatives above my own will. It is all about submitting and allowing the ego, the false ego, to die. And therefore, one of the names of Krishna is Madhusudan, which is defined as Madhu Klivam cha Madhvike Krite Karma Shubhashubhe Bhaktanam Karmanam Chaiva Sudanam Madhusudana. The definition of Madhusudan is one who destroys Madhu. So Madhu also refers to an asura, and Madhu also refers to another principle. Madhu in Sanskrit literally means honey. Honey has two effects. When you drink honey, when you partake of honey, honey is sweet and honey is intoxicating. Similarly, false ego also has these two effects. A false ego is sweet and it is intoxicating. When someone is aspiring for prestige, distinction, and position and glorification, and when we receive that, so it is very sweet for the false ego. And it is also very intoxicating if it goes beyond control. And I share the story of one of our dear friends from ISKCON, New York, now who is in Florida, Brahmatirth Prabhu. So he was visiting a conference, and in that conference someone gave him a visiting card. And in the visiting card, the name of this gentleman was written, and below his educational qualification was printed. It said PhD BF. So he got bewildered. What is this BF? And the person answered that actually BF means PhD but fail. It was my father's dream that I should get a PhD. I tried for it, but it was too much for me. I jumped out. But I was aspiring to associate with all the scholars, attend conferences, be part of that circuit. And it just feels good. But then I wanted to be honest, so I said PhD but BF. And he said, to be honest, most people when they see BF, they think it's a degree beyond PhD. You are the first person who's asking in detail. So if you see at the root of so many conflicts and dissatisfaction, it is our aspiration for recognition, for respect, for glory, for acclaim. And it requires a tremendous degree of honesty to confront this and deal with this. And therefore, mere academic knowledge may sometimes not suffice. And therefore, Vaishnavism is a combination of both understanding and application, inasmuch as a visit to a doctor is a combination of being analyzed for where the disease is and supplementing it with the medicine. One without the other may sometimes fall short, because just the medicine without the knowledge may break the enthusiasm after some time if the medicine is not having its effect. And just the analysis without the medicine may make the entire exercise futile. So therefore, Madhusudan is one who is responsible for dissolving, destroying, sublimating the false ego. And therefore, Vaishnavism studies in the 21st century is extremely relevant because as days are progressing, the society is becoming excruciatingly egocentric, self-centered, and what with the onset of social media, a few companies sitting within a few blocks of each other in San Jose are practically destroying the entire fabric of how the world would think and act. And therefore, the concept of communities, cooperation, mutual appreciation, understanding is going down as social media. It completely obliterates the need for any pre-qualification before you can express yourself in any form to any class of people, by giving the power to each individual to express themselves openly and blatantly, express their voices and opinions without having any form and sort of filter. And therefore, as age progresses, the whole concept of I, me, and mine will become so prominent that it will become extremely difficult to control conflicts which arise out of these kind of differences of opinion. And therefore, a time may come where even the practice of Vaishnavism may be considered to be a myth, where one may feel that even the attempt to dissolve the false ego may be considered to be ludicrous. And therefore, unless the group of scholarly Vaishnavas come together and tackle this very important dimension of how to take the lofty ideals of the Vaishnava philosophy, which speak about submitting to the will of the Supreme who cannot be seen and whose opinions were voiced millions of years ago, encoded in some scriptures. But he does not have the privilege of having his own Facebook page, and he doesn't have the privilege of daily updates. And as compared to that, we have billions of people on this planet who have the privilege of expressing their opinions, whether relevant or not. And then as this dichotomy goes on increasing, we would need more and more people to represent that voice in a way which is relevant, experienced, and assimilated by majority of the people who are unaware of the principles which were spoken about Vishnu or spoken by Vishnu and his expectations with respect to how harmony can be created within society. And therefore, when scholars put their minds together, a churning happens, and as a result of that churning, tremendous amount of inspiration and knowledge is churned, and in due course of time, when that knowledge turns into application, it's going to really create a revolution. So I'm extremely honored that such luminaries from the field of academia have gathered to discuss and understand and churn a subject matter, the ramifications and impact of which will be felt by their grandchildren. So this investment we may be making may not yield immediate results within our lifespan, but the beginning of a journey has to be made somewhere. And therefore, the processes we begin now will see its impact in due course of time, and future generations will definitely bow their heads in gratitude to all such souls who have really put their minds and heads together to try to make all of those esoteric principles of Vaishnavism relevant, applicable, impactful in the day-to-day lives of very fast changing, unpredictable, social media driven world coming up in the next 50 years. So we hope and pray that this partnership with Mumbai University continues, and we would also be very honored to partner with all such like-minded individuals and souls across the globe because the names may be different, countries may be different, races may be different, but ultimately, when the disease hits any part of the world, the research begins across the globe as far as finding the drug for that particular disease is concerned. And the whole of humanity is facing within their mind the viruses of greed, pride, lust, envy, anger, and illusion. And in the history of creation, practically speaking, there has been only one kind of drug which has been found as a solution to all of these subtle impurities, and that is reconnecting the relationship of the soul with the divine. And we are all on that path, and we hope that we will work together for a society which will be filled with peace and harmony and ultimate all-round health care for each and every individual as envisaged by the WHO. Thank you very much.
Now I would like to request Dr. Gauri Maulikar ma'am to come. About Gauri Maulikar ma'am, she is a former HOD at the Department of Sanskrit, University of Mumbai, played a pivotal role in the opening of the Ramakrishna Bajaj Sanskrit Bhavan, area of specialization Vedanta and Vedic studies, published several books and research papers like Vedic elements in Puranic mantras and rituals, prayers in Srimad Bhagavad, their philosophical and religious distinctiveness. So I would like to request ma'am to present.
नमो नमः। या देवी सितपङ्कजा सनवरा सीनाक्षमालाकरा वीणा झङ्कृति नष्टसर्वजडता स्मेरप्रफुल्लानना या वाक्यार्थपदप्रमाणविभवा या सर्वभाषात्मिका तां वाचामधिदेवतां भगवतीं वन्दे सदा भारतीम्। अयि मञ्चस्थाः मान्यवराः, महानुभावाः, अधिशालमुपस्थिताः वैष्णवजनाः, स्वामिचरणाः, विद्यार्थिनश्च सर्वेभ्यः हार्दं नमः। Today I am going to present a paper on Ramanujacharya's contribution in bringing out social inclusiveness through his life and works. This has a relevance, the topic also has a relevance, because just on 1st of May 2017, Honorable Prime Minister released a stamp in the felicitation of Ramanujacharya for completing a Sahasrabdi of Ramanujacharya. So 1000 years of Ramanuja's birth are over, and still Ramanuja is read, studied, so it is relevant today. Sri Ramanujacharya, the 11th century Vaishnava saint, is relevant and contemporary in this world of strife, struggle, and social injustice even after 1000 years. Renowned as a profound scholar who systematized the Vishishtadvaita philosophy of Vedanta, revered as a prolific student of eternal Vedas, along with the Pancharatra Agamas and the Nalaira Divya Prabandham, he is also known to be an ardent devotee of Shri Vishnu. In fact, he made the inaccessible Brahman of the Upanishads accessible to the common people by personalizing the very concept of Brahman as Vasudeva Narayana. This paper would try to highlight his contribution in bringing social inclusiveness through his personal life as well as his works, especially emphasizing his Shri Bhashyam, which I have been teaching in the Sanskrit department over many years, and Gadyatrayam, Sharanagati Gadya, Vaikuntha Gadya, and Sri Ranga Gadya. In modern times, socially inclusive society is defined to be one in which all people are valued, the differences are respected, and they live a life of dignity. This was pointed out in the hymn of Mother Earth in the Atharva Veda as people of varied languages and cultures stay here as if they are staying in one house. Janam bibhrati bahudha vivachasam nana dharmanam prithvi yatha okasam. Now let us see how Ramanujacharya contributed to such lofty concept 1000 years back. Through his life, that will be the first part, and through his works will be the second part. There are a number of traditional hagiographies of Ramanujacharya written during the 12th century and 15th century. Accordingly, he was born in 1017 in a privileged Brahmin family residing near Perumbudur, Chennai. Even at young age, Ramanuja's liberal attitude towards caste was revealed through his friendship with Kanchi Purana, that is Tirukkachi Nambi, a person who offered his services to the statue of Vishnu in the temple of Varadaraja in Perumbudur. Ramanuja admired his piety and devotion to Vishnu and sought him as his guru, much to the opposition of others. It was Kanchi Purana who gave initial 6 words, the Shatka, to Ramanuja. These were: I am Narayana, the Supreme Being, Ahameva Param Tattvam. Souls are different from Brahman, Darshanam Bhedayaivacha. Total surrender is the only means to obtain moksha, Upayeshu Prapattischa. Thought of Brahman at the time of death is not compulsory, Antima Smriti Varjanam. Moksha is possible only after death, Dehavasane Muktisyat. And one more, the Diksha would be from a qualified teacher, Purnacharya Samashrayaha. And therefore Kanchi Purana wanted Ramanuja to take his Diksha from a Purnacharya, and therefore he advised him to go to Sri Rangam and take Diksha from Yamunacharya. Ramanuja studied Advaita philosophy from Yadava Prakasha in Kanchi, a veteran Vedantin whom he superseded in many respects. The famous example, Tasya Kapyasaiva Akshini, Pundari Kekshani, etc. are very famous. Now he superseded his Acharya, his Guru, with his inborn intuitive wisdom. Angered at this, one of the students of Yadava Prakasha plotted to kill Ramanuja. Somehow Ramanuja got this idea from his cousin Govinda, and he tried to escape. He escaped in the forest, but unfortunately he lost his way. There he met a hunter. According to some, he was a hunter or a fowler, and his wife. This was a sudden encounter of Ramanuja with a low-born person. Hunter's wife asked Ramanuja to fetch her some drinking water. Ramanuja went to a well and brought some water. Again she asked for water. This went on for 17 times, and without a frown, Ramanuja brought a pail of water for Hunter's wife. When at the 18th time he brought the water, to his surprise, the hunter and his wife had disappeared. But they saved his life in the forest. Not only saved his life, but they showed him the path to Kanchi. And then later, Ramanuja had a vision that the hunter and the wife were none else but Sri Vishnu and Sri Lakshmi. And it is believed, according to the biographies, the hagiographies, that he got a temple built at the place where he saw them first. Alavandar Yamunacharya, a great stalwart of Vaishnavism, had decided to appoint Ramanuja as his successor in the temple of Sri Rangam. But he passed away before Ramanuja could reach there. Then his disciples, Periya Nambi Mahapurana, born in the 4th Varna, again a 4th Varna born, a Shudra, imparted the traditional wisdom of Vaishnavism to Ramanuja as he had learnt it from Yamunacharya. Accordingly, Mahapurana imparted that knowledge to Ramanuja. It's beyond imagination that during the social conditions prevalent in the 11th century, a staunch Brahmin like Ramanuja was taught by Mahapurana Shudra. This is second glaring example of Ramanujacharya's behavior towards inclusiveness to give one his own dignity, respect and credit irrespective of his caste. This is not less This is no less than the Vedic story of Janashruti Pautrayana, which is stated in the Chandogya Upanishad, who acquired Atma Vidya from Raikva, a Shudra, who sat under a cart scratching his body, because of scabies and all that. Further, Ramanuja was consecrated as Acharya by Mahapurana, who performed Samashrayana and the Panchasamskaras himself under a bakula tree in Madurantakam, a place between Kanchi and Srirangam, which is till now venerated as second Tirupati, so to say. It was again Ramanujacharya who stood by Mahapurana after the local Vaishnavas boycotted him for performing the last rites of Maraneri Nambi, again a devotee who belonged to the Shudra Varna. Ramanujacharya compared Mahapurana performing the last rites for this Mahaneri Nambi to Ramachandra, Prabhu Ramachandra performing the last rites of Jatayu. Ramanuja organized a network of temples of Vishnu and Lakshmi and himself served Ranganatha all his life. During a long lifespan of 120 years, he was born in 1017 and took Samadhi in 1037, it's learned. Now, during this long span of 120 years, he traveled across India, had debates and discourses with the wise in other faiths, the intellectuals in other faiths, and it triggered convergence of many Jainas and Bauddhas to Vaishnavism, especially in the area of Mysore and Deccan. It is believed that he combined in him all 5 weapons of Vishnu, the conch, the disc, the mace, the sword, and the bow. Now, this is as far as his life goes. Few examples I have picked and chosen to show how socially inclusive approach he adopted during his life. Now, through his works. Ramanujacharya is supposed to be Tri-Sharana, relying on threefold sources, the Vedas, the Agamic as well as the Puranic literature, and the Divya Prabandham, the devotional Tamil songs recited daily in the temples. Now, India as such, I am not talking only of South India, but India on the whole witnessed reforms in bhakti during or between 10th and 15th century AD. People of diverse faiths, diverse professions, class, creed, gender, and they found this new path of bhakti as means of salvation or liberation. In Maharashtra, for example, we have Jnaneshwar, born in a Brahmin family, then Tukaram, Avani, Namdev, Ashimpi, then Sokha Mahar, Sena Nahavi, Sauta Mali. From all professions, we have people who adopted to this path. By accepting Divya Prabandham as one of the sources for his scholarly works, Ramanujacharya as if embraced the downtrodden men and women by this. Now, in the Alvar Parampara, in the Alvar tradition, we have got till Nammalvar, some 14-15 Alvars, and there is one woman sent also, Andal. Ranganayaki Andal is also there. Ramanujacharya composed 9 works popularly known as Navaratnas, the 9 jewels. These are the Shri Bhashyam, then Gadyatrayam, making it 4, then Gita Bhashya, Vedanta Sangraha, Vedanta Sara, Vedanta Deepa, and Nitya Grantham. He was the most influential thinker of devotional Hinduism. He gave intellectual basis to bhakti, and it's evident from the very benedictory, the very first verse of Shri Bhashyam. It reads, Akhila Bhuvana Janmasthema Bhangadilile, Vinata Vividha Bhuta Vrata Rakshaika Dikshe, Shruti Shirasi Vidipte, Brahmani Srinivase, Bhavatu Mama Parasmini Shemushi Bhakti Rupa. It means, let my intellect culminate into devotion unto Srinivasa, the Supreme Being, who is glorified as Brahman in the Upanishads, who is the sole resort and protector of various beings that surrender to him, and one who carries out the functions of creation, sustenance, and dissolution of this entire universe as a mere sport, Leela Matram. The inaccessible Brahman of the Vedanta, which was known by only a few intellectuals in the society, was made accessible by Ramanujacharya with the help of devotion. Further, he wrote that the nectar in the form of knowledge of the Upanishads, compiled by Parashara Vyasa, remained away from the common people due to contrary interpretations of the Brahma Sutras, and therefore Ramanujacharya has brought it to the doorstep of the people so that they might relish the nectar every day. Parasharya vachas sudham Upanishad dugdhabdhi madhyodhritam samsaragni vidipana vyapagata pranatma sanjeevanim पूर्वाचार्य सुरक्षितां बहुमति व्याघात दूरस्थितां आनीतां तु निजाक्षरैः सुमनसः भौमाः पिबन्तु अन्वहम्. Ramanujacharya has proposed practical ontology. He defines Brahman, the fundamentally existing reality, with its properties and categories from practical perspective. Brahman is not an abstract concept, but is a personal God, Purushottama, devoid of blemish and possessing innumerable noble qualities. Brahma Shabdena cha Swabhavataha Nirasta Nikhila Doshaha Anavadhika Atishaya Asankheya Kalyana Gunaganaha Purushottamaha Abhidhiyate. That's a wonderful definition, replete with Bhakti Rasa, given by Ramanujacharya. Brahman is also known as Bhagavan. Bhagavan is Shannam Bhagaiti Irana Jnana Bala Ishwarya, etc. So, having sixfold enriching attributes in the form of knowledge, strength, fame, vigor, luster, and ruling capacity, Ishitru. He has also given the syllabic etymology of Bhagavan, Bhakara, Gakara, and Vakara. And he says that Bhakara indicates, it is derived from the Sanskrit root Bhru, so it indicates the nourishment. Then letter G, Gakara, it gives you Gati, as in Sharanagati, Prabhuji told us about the Gati. So it denotes the Gati, the leadership qualities, and the letter V, Vasa, to stay, to reside, to abide. And Vakara suggests that He, the Almighty, stays in the all beings, and all beings also stay in Him. See, Bharana is Poshanadikam, Gamana is Gamayitritvam, Netrutvam, and Vakara. Vasanti sarva bhutani atra asaucha sarva bhuteshu iti Vakaraha. He has respected the Vaishnava agamic literature, which is comprised of more than 200 texts. Pancharatra, Vaikhanasa, Ahirbudnya, Agastya are some of the important Vaishnava agamas. Accordingly, he has dealt with fivefold nature of Vishnu, the Para, Vyuha again comprising of four, Vasudeva, Pradyumna, Aniruddha, and Pradyumna, Sankarshana, and Aniruddha, yes. Vyuha, then Vibhava, that is the incarnations, the 10 or the 24 incarnations, Antaryami Tattva, and the Archa, which is worshipped in the temples. This helped him unite diverse social groups under the broad umbrella of Saguna worship, which was commonly practiced by people during 11th century. Devotion is a native feeling of human being. It's innate, inborn, and has the potential to unite people of diverse faiths, races, castes, and genders. The reasons for devotion sometimes vary. During the Vedic times, devotion was induced by the feeling of awe, fear for the natural phenomena. Survival being the prime objective, protection from all possible calamities like fire, water, storm, winds, sun, etc. was sought by the ancient seers. Though Vedic hymns, especially those praising Varuna, replete with the feeling of devotion, it's more due to fear and than selfless submission. And here, the selfless submission in the Vaishnava Sampradaya is of more importance. The strength of this absolute submission, Sharanagati, is unparalleled. And this Sharanagati is proposed by Ramanujacharya through his Gadyatrayam. This does involve protection, but it is absolute surrendering. irrespective of other mundane and empirical requirements. Gadyatrayam, as the name reveals, consists of 3 conversational pieces, Gadya, prose pieces, some in verse form but more in the prose form. The first is Sharanagati Gadya, comprising of 24 verses plus a few prose paragraphs. Second is Sriranga Gadyam, consisting of 7 paragraphs, where refuge is sought with Lord Ranganatha. And the third, Vaikuntha Gadya, comprises of 7 paragraphs again, and it begins with a graphic description of Vaikuntha Loka, the abode of Lord Narayana, and ends with the qualities of a Prapanna, a Sharanagata Bhakta. Ramanujacharya gives a beautiful description of Vaikuntha Loka. I'll just give a gist of that. It's a long passage, prose passage. I'll just give a brief. It's a picturesque celestial abode abounding in hundreds of palatial buildings and thousands of beautiful and fully blossomed gardens. It has large and lofty halls supported by pillars studded with precious gems and jewels. It resonates with sweet notes of cuckoos, parrots, and peacocks. The palaces are having flooring as transparent as crystal. The ponds in the garden are filled with lotuses. In the midst of all this lies Vaikuntha Loka, and there Lord Narayana rests on Ananta, and a divine luster emanates from his compassionate lotus face. Thereafter follows a detailed description of Narayana's body, avayava by avayava, limb by limb. This very long prose passage is the culmination of Ramanujacharya's imaginative skills, his creativity, and his disposition arrangement of words. The pomp, the abundance, and the lavishness of a fully contented life in the Vaikuntha Loka, and that too in the proximity of the Lord, near Lord Narayana, is so graphic that any devotee would be lured by such description. He would then intensely long to be with his Saviour's soul. In this manner, the 3 types of moksha, the Salokata, Samipata, and Sarupata, thus came within the reach of a common man. Ramanujacharya nowhere denies the importance of wisdom or knowledge, but gives more stress on prapatti or sharanagati. It is also called Nyasa by Ramanujacharya's follower, Vedanta Deshika. He claims that, Ramanujacharya claims that this is not a new concept which he is propounding. It is prescribed in the Upanishads, and for that he quotes Mundaka Upanishad, that Atman can't be obtained by intelligent discourses, wisdom, or by mere reading of the scriptures. Atman is obtained by one who is chosen by the Supreme as the deserving candidate. Nayamatma pravachanena labhyaha na medhaya na bahunashrutena yame vaisha vrunute tena labhyaha tasya yamatma vivrunute tanum swam. The concept of grace of God plays a very important role in Vaishnavism. If the Lord selects one, entire responsibility of his welfare lies with the Lord. To be chosen by the Lord is the highest honor for a devotee, and that is possible by devotion alone. In his Shri Bhashyam, he writes that a lovable devotee is chosen, priyataro evahi varaniyo bhavati. Thus, a devotee has to propitiate the Lord with humility and servitude and be lovable or dear to the God, so that the God would shoulder all his burden like a cat taking responsibility of the kitten. This is the Marjara Bhakti. Now again, there are 6 factors in this Sharanagati. Anukulyasya sankalpaha pratikulasya varjanam rakshishyati iti vishwasaha goptrutva varanam tatha atmanikshepa karpanye shadvidha Sharanagatihi. I won't translate all that. It is observed that Ramanujacharya practiced social equality in his life more than what he preached through his works. His spiritual masters belonged to the fourth Varna. He renounced the worldly life because his teacher was offended by his wife. His teacher's wife was insulted by his wife, and that is one of, three reasons are given in his biography for which he sent his wife to her maternal place, her parents' house, and renounced the world and took sannyasa. In the commentary of Brahma Sutra, he seems to propagate, however, Varnashrama system very vehemently. At many places, I have just quoted one or two examples. What I mean to say is that through his works, and even in the Gita Bhashyam, Niyatam Kuru Karmatvam, Shankaracharya would translate Niyatam or paraphrase that as Nitya Karma, and whereas Ramanujacharya would do it as Varnashrama Vihitam Karma. So everywhere through his commentaries, be it Gita Bhashya or Brahma Sutra, even in the quotation when he interprets the quotation of Ishopanishad, Vidyam cha Vidyam chaiva yastad veda ubhayam saha, avidya he paraphrases as Varnashrama Vihitam Karma. So many times in his commentaries, he stresses, he gives emphasis on Varnashrama Dharma. Only one example I could find, there could be some more, but then I could find one example from the Bhagavad Gita, which is a glaring example where, he keeps obtaining the God, this particular thing is thrown open to all sorts of people, irrespective of their intellectual capacity and on that. The verse is Bhagavad Gita, 12th chapter, 10th verse. Abhyasepya samarthosi matkarma paramo bhava madarthamapi karmani kuruvan siddhim avapsasi. And he comments on that, Ramanujacharya. Alaya nirmana udyana karana pradiparopana marjana abhyukshana upalepana pushpapaharana pujana udvartana nama kirtana pradakshina namaskara stutyadini karmani. So all these small and sundry works like sweeping the temple, then lighting the lamp, collecting the flowers and helping the puja, the pujari, the worshipper, all such works which are done by low people, normally, even such man, such person is capable of obtaining the Lord or his grace. Now to conclude, Ramanujacharya's asserted qualitative monism and quantitative pluralism of individual souls through Vishishtadvaita, devotion to God, bhakti, and constant remembrance of the beauty and love for personal God, Dhruva Anusmriti, leads one to Nirguna Brahman according to him. This is the easy path of liberation for diverse social groups. Story of a hunter getting moksha by muttering the name of the God, illiterate gopis being favored by the Lord Krishna, fisherman becoming a sage called Valmiki, demon Prahlada obtaining Godhead due to his devotion. These are some such glaring examples of the beneficiaries of bhakti. This is similar to the idea of theistic devotion of Dvaita school of Madhvacharya. Both admit that human souls and Brahman, that is Narayana, are different and the difference can't be transcended. This is the belief of a commoner that he can't be identified or unified with the highest, and there prevails some difference at the ultimate state of liberation also. And therefore, though Shankaracharya would propound of Sayujya Mukti, for all the Vaishnava theistic philosophers, Sayujya Mukti has no place because a soul, an individual soul, can never be identified with the highest. Though he has that principle, he is a Ansha. So there is a Anshamshi Bhava or there is a Shesha Sheshi Bhava, as Ramanujacharya propounds throughout his Sri Bhashyam. He has laid examples of one's duty done with dedication. He rightly has combined karma and bhakti, which were the domain and common areas of common people. He quoted extensively from the Vishnu Purana for strengthening his fundamental principles and prescribed easy and practical methods of worship, Navavidha Bhakti or Patram Pushpam Phalam Toyam Yome Bhaktya Prayachati. So this is a worship of personal God praised in the songs of Alvars, Bhagavad Gita and the Vaishnava Agamas. Thus, he captured the hearts of common people, irrespective of their caste, creed, and gender. This exactly is the reason why he is respected and remembered even after 1,000 years. I'll end with a self-composed couplet in the praise of Ramanujacharya. Guruvachananusaram bhashyatrayam virachantam Trisharanam prapannancha Ramanujam dnyam jnani dnyam naumi aham dhanyavadaha namo namo.
Thank you very much, Gauri Mahalikar, madam. I would like to say that we are blessed that she is on our advisory committee also. Now next, I would like to request Dr. Satish Mode to come and give some blessing note. Professor Satish Mode is Director VESIM, author, researcher and strategy consultant. He was the former chairman of Aeronautical Society of India, Mumbai branch. Satish Mode has authored several pioneering books on strategic management, leadership, ethics, disaster management and conflict resolution. I request you, sir.
Hare Krishna. Yesterday when I was researching for research projects in the world on Vaishnavism, I came across a journal of Vaishnav Studies. I am sure Gaurang Prabhuji must be aware of that. It is published in Virginia. This journal is being published for last 15 years. All the editors and contributors are researchers of Vaishnavism in United States of America, and some of them have also been contributors from India and Europe. The last issue also is available on the net, and I saw that it was a special issue on Bhagavad Gita. There were 5 articles on commonalities between Christianity, Bhakti and Vaishnavism. Very, very deep studies. Then I was looking for some journals, whether we have such journals in India. We have journals and magazines who talk about various interpretations and commentaries. But what we call research in modern research terminologies, at least yesterday I could not find a research journal of that level of Journal of Vaishnava Studies. And I realized that how important this conference is. I must congratulate Gaurang Prabhuji for thinking of such a research conference on Vaishnavism in India. I think we all should clap for him. Most of the research work published in international journals originates from research schools in Europe and America. And they are interpretations of interpretations of interpretations. The original work and the original meaning resides in India with researchers like Prabhuji and those researchers sitting here from ISKCON. But unfortunately, our education system has not been able to provide a platform where such deep research is published and put across our generations to understand. There has been a very, very great need of real meanings of what has been written in our Shat Darshan. We find some people pick up some words or some teachings of one of the Shat Darshan and start their own ashram, and there are thousands of followers. Like Shat Darshan, first is Sankhya, then Yoga, Patanjali's Yoga, then Nyaya, Vaisheshika,
Purva Mimamsa and Uttar Mimamsa. But when I wanted to look at all these books, I started searching the net. I found all these original copies in Chicago's library, but on the digital form, I could not get anything from any of the Indian libraries. Even today, if you search on Google and you search for this Sankhya and Patanjali and all these original books and commentaries, you don't find it in India. Therefore, I really feel very proud to be present here on such a conference. I have been working with Prabhuji for last 6 months or so about the concept that how this knowledge can become a common knowledge through deep research and through a formal university system. I had been talking to him and I have been requesting him that ISKCON is a very, very big brand name across the world. And if ISKCON takes initiative in starting something like a ISKCON University or ISKCON International University, that will attract talent from across the world, and students from across the world can come and learn the true meaning of what our Granth contain and the real interpretation without any interpretation of interpretation which we find in all these journals. The moment you start reading them, because these Sanskrit words, which are until unless you know the deep meaning, you cannot interpret them properly. So some Western scholar learning Sanskrit interpreted them in some way, and then that interpretation gets established, and that wrong interpretation is quoted by other scholars, and that becomes the knowledge. There is a need for a deep correction of these false meanings being attributed to many of our knowledge. I will not take much time here because you will be listening to many researchers, and I think this is the first step, at least, that Prabhuji is joining hands with Mumbai University and setting up this master's course and a research program in Vaishnava studies. But I am sure this is just the first baby step before people across the country and across the world support him in a big way to start the ISKCON University. And that is the dream I have, and I am sure that is the dream Prabhuji has, so that in next 10-15 years time, that ISKCON becomes the center of studies in Vaishnavism. I would once again congratulate all those who are present here, and I would like to thank them for inviting me to this August gathering. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Satish Morji. I think we have to go for patent of that, because as you say, that interpretation and misinterpretations are taken up, but it's right time that we do that also. Now, our next speaker, I would like to request Maya Shahani to come here. She is a chairperson at Thadomal Sahni Center for Management, chairperson SAG Foundation, vice chairman Global Dialogue Foundation. She is also on the board of HSNC board, running 27 prime educational institutes in Mumbai with over 50,000 students graduating every year. Champion Civil Society Indian Chapter, United Nations Alliance of Civilians, 2009. So I request Madam to come and speak few words.
The Buddha left his palace to search for peace. And we Buddhus here search for palaces to find peace. We don't realize that the true palace is here, and the true journey is the journey within, from here to here. It's only 18 inches, but that is the shortest and the longest journey. And that journey begins here today with Gaurang Prabhuji starting the Bhaktivedanta Vidyapith Research Center. We have so many scholars here, they are already enlightened, and for them this journey must have already started years ago. But for you young students here, this could be the first day of this wonderful journey. And I feel so blessed to be here. Thank you for inviting me. And we are working very closely with Gaurang Prabhuji because we are coming out with a movie based on the Bhagavad Gita. Because as you said, some of the speakers here said, the knowledge comes from India. But then in the West, they acknowledge this knowledge and they do deep research. So it comes back to us from the West. So there is a Westerner called Mike Hancock who said that he wanted to bring the deep knowledge that India has to the Western mind. And one of the good ways is to showcase it through a movie which the Westerner would understand. So we've had some meetings with Gaurang Prabhuji, and we had met Radhanath Swamiji also, and we are going to go ahead with it. So that would be a very interesting journey for us. As you've been told before, I'm working very closely with the United Nations Alliance of Civilizations also to bring in a unity in diversity, because we have so many different cultures, but we just tolerate other cultures, but we don't really understand them. And the understanding will come in only through dialogue, love and understanding. But then this morning we were having breakfast together, and Dr. Makbul was saying unity in diversity is a wrong terminology, actually, because there is unity is already there, because it all stems from the divinity within. Unity is already there. There's no diversity because it all stems from one source. So the very word unity and diversity divides people. So what exactly did you say? I really liked your way of thinking. Maybe you could tell them later what you discussed with me. But we learn from each other. So I'm so happy again to say that we are here together to learn and understand. And I'd like to share with you that I was born when World War II ended, the year World War II ended, and the day the United Nations came into existence, 30th of October 1945. So now you know my age. But age is immaterial, you know. I mean, if like Vice Chancellor said, enlightenment begins, it can begin at a young age or at a very old age. I got my enlightenment when I had my heart surgery, which was at the age of 58. And before that, I was, I was in my own world of ego, although I ran a very big trust. And I was, I was known as a philanthropist, as an educationist. But I had the sense of ego that I'm doing it, I'm giving other people, I'm helping other people. But the moment you realize that you could go just like that, when the doctors told me you could die on the operation table, that's when my eyes really opened. And when your heart is literally opened up like that, out goes your ego and in comes love. And that I feel is the beginning of my journey. And I feel that, if we just work together, I've always wanted to know, I've always been a seeker. As a child, I used to always ask my mother, why are we here? And she gave me a beautiful reply. She told me, you're here to bring smiles into people's lives. And I used to always wonder, how can I bring smiles into people's lives? And my parents always used to tell me, you're responsible for world peace because you were born the day the United Nations came into existence. So I used to wonder, how can I bring in world peace? And, so that has been the overarching philosophy of my life. And I always wanted to know, the nuns, I've been educated by nuns, and they said the purpose of your life is to be one with God. And although I studied in a convent, so there they show God as that angry old man up in the clouds, and I used to wonder, how can you be one with God? But then we're always looking for outside things. We don't realize that everything is within us. God is within us. If I had to ask these enlightened souls, can you take me to God? The first thing they would ask me, yeah, we can take you to God, but who are you? And I would say, I'm Maya Shahani. And you would say, but that's your name. Who are you? And I would say, I'm the chairperson of so many educational trusts. I do this, I do that. And you would say, but that's just your position. Who are you? So I know you're enlightened soul, so you don't look at money, power, or position. So I would just say, I'm just a human being. But then you would say, that's just your species. Who are you? So that would really frighten me, and I would wonder, who am I? If Donald Trump was asked this question, he would say, don't you know I'm God? So, but you know, when you look at God like that, if you think you are God with that sense of ego, that is not, then you're not God. But only when you realize that you're God with that sense of, wonder and magic and true humility, because ultimately we really are. We are all the microcosm of the macrocosm. So we all have divinity within us. We are all gods, but we have to have that sense of humility to realize that yes, we are God. And that's the journey that's going to start with your help. And that is true Vedanta, because Vedanta is, Ved is education, Ant is the end of education. So that is the all of education, the beginning and the end of education. Thank you so much for starting this journey with us.
So, Dr. Ferdinando Sardella, a Swedish scholar of history of religions, Hinduism, and religious studies. Ferdinando Sardella is based at Uppsala University and is a fellow at Oxford Center for Hindu Studies. He defended his PhD at University of Gothenburg in 2010. He is the author of Modern Hindu Personalism, The History, Life and Thought of Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati. It was in 2013, published by Oxford University Press. Former director and coordinator of the Forum of South Asia Studies at Uppsala University. After completing a BA and BTech at University of Gothenburg, Ferdinando received an MA in Religious Studies with a major in History of Religions at the same university. I request Ferdinando to present his paper.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for your kind presentation. So I've been invited here to speak about Vaishnavism, and I chose to give an overview, like a bird-eye overview of the history of Vaishnavism and its connection to social and cultural history. I'm an historian of religion, and history has its own challenges because, especially in terms of ancient history, maybe the data is very small, but still you have to kind of reconstruct events in a certain way. There is scope of interpretation, and as we heard before, maybe interpretations of interpretations of interpretations. But still, as historians, we have the duty to try to see the evidence, use the method of pratyaksha, as you would say in Indian philosophy, and anumana, inference, and come to some reasonable conclusions. Some of the conclusions are, of course, preliminary, and I'm very pleased to be here today. I do really hope that India, as an educational nation, will take more initiative in studying and exploring its own heritage and doing serious research, and maybe review and suggest a different version or interpretation of its own history. So now I will present briefly what we know so far in terms of the knowledge that we have, that Indologists and scholars have gathered in the last 200, 250 years. The scholarship was started by the British. Indology began in the late 18th century with the Asiatic Society of Bengal, founded by William Jones. Max Müller, the German Indologist, was very prominent in the 19th century and was editor of a series of volumes of translations of important literature, like the Manu Samhita and 2 versions of the Vedanta Sutra and so on. So there is a long tradition of Indological studies, and the Indian scholars are now participating more and more into that. So let me begin. I will put maybe a little more emphasis on the ancient history up to the more or less the 18th century, and then I will conclude with some references to the modern period, the 19th and 20th century, and suggest one particular example, or maybe 2 examples, of how Vaishnavism has been dealing with the challenge of modernity, and how Vaishnavism has tried to become, or some representatives of Vaishnavism has tried to become more relevant culturally and socially in India. So let me begin with the first part and go back into history. So here you will see a little map of the history of Vaishnavism, and the roots go way back to the Vedas. There is mention of Vishnu in the Vedas. He's cooperating with Indra in killing the Vrita, the serpent Vrita, who is spreading chaos in the beginning of creation. There is also mention of the 3 steps of Vishnu that in the Puranas will be connected to the tale of Vamanadev, and there is also some hints to eschatology, the ultimate goal, the 3rd step of Vishnu, that points toward the other world. So in the Upanishads we have also mentions of Vishnu and Narayan. There are Upanishads like the Narayaniya Upanishad that glorify Narayan as the source of the creation and the worlds and the ultimate truth. So we have, right from the very beginning of the oldest literature, there are mention of Vishnu. From Vishnu in the Vedas, in the oldest literature, Vedas are not really theological texts, they are ritual texts. They were meant for recitation in ritual contexts. We have various Vaishnava traditions developing in the north and the south of India. Vaishnavism is, as we heard before in the brilliant lecture about Ramanuja and the Sri Sampradaya, there are several traditions of Vaishnavism. In South India we had the Vaikhanasa tradition, which is very much Vedic and ritualistic in many ways. It has its own theology of Vaishnavism, and they are often the Vaikhanasa Brahmins are still very active in the Ramanuja Sampradaya, and often are the priests, the official priests of the Ramanuja temples. Pancharatra is another tradition. The word Pancharatra, Pancha is 5, of course, Ratra, nights, but the real meaning is a little bit obscure. But the Pancharatra is a South Indian tradition where the conception of the vyuhas, of the various aspects of Vishnu, as we heard, like Sankarshan, Pradyumna, Aniruddha, and Vasudeva, were developed and are very, very prominent. Then we have the Bhagavata tradition. The Bhagavata tradition is, we don't really know exactly how old it is. Of course, the Bhagavata Purana is a Bhagavata text, and is a text that integrates various Vaishnava tradition. There is the theology of the Vyuhas in the Bhagavata Purana. There is Vritra, the story of Indra killing the demon, the Asura, Vitrasura, and so on. But we do have a proof of the ancient history of the Bhagavata tradition, and I will show you the proof shortly. And then we have a phase later on with the Puranic Vaishnavism. Of course, there is a lot of debate regarding Indian history, particularly the history of Indian religions, because the Purana themselves speak very clearly about their origins. They say that the Bhagavad Purana is written by Vyasadeva, the sage Vyas, an ascetic, and the text is written at the dawn of Kali, as sages assemble in Naimisharanya at the beginning of Kali Yuga. So the text dates itself to about 5,000 years ago. In terms of history, it is very hard to discuss this ancient history because the manuscripts we have are not that ancient. We don't have 5,000 years old manuscripts. What we can say perhaps is that the language of the Bhagavata mixes Vedic Sanskrit with classical Sanskrit. It's very archaic. So it's definitely a very old text. It could be thousands of years old, but the evidence we have points to the classical traditional dating of the Bhagavata is somewhere in the first millennium, so to speak. But the stories, the content could be much, much older than that, of course. So from the Puranic period in the first millennium, there is the development of Sampradayik Vaishnavism. We heard a brilliant lecture about Ramanuja, and they were mentioned before, the four Sampradayas. Madhva Sampradaya, very prominent. The Gaudiya Sampradaya that develops in Bengal in the 16th century is linked to Madhva Sampradaya. Then we have Nimbarka, Vishnu Swami, and so on. And of course, there is a very strong Tamil Vaishnavism growing from the 8th century onwards. So this is a short overview. In terms of text, Vaishnavism, if we can try to extract Vaishnavism from a very wide and large literature of India, we find in the Itihasas, the Mahabharata. The Mahabharata is an encyclopedia in many ways, contains a lot of references to all kinds of traditions and schools in India. But there is a kind of bottom line in it, which is the story of the Pandavas and their conflict with Duryodhana. And Krishna is there all the time in the Mahabharata, in the background, guiding the Pandavas. And of course we have the Bhagavad Gita, which is the philosophical, theological highlight of the Mahabharata, where Krishna presents himself as the supreme and shows the universal form, the Vishvarupa, to Arjuna. So in the Mahabharata, we have a very strong current of Vaishnava thinking and theology, and the highlight of it is, of course, the Bhagavad Gita. Then we have the Ramayana, which is obviously a Vaishnava text. And then there are 6 Puranas, which are regarded as Vaishnava. One of them is the Bhagavad Purana, then there is the Vishnu Purana, and so on. And I mentioned already Vishnu in the Rig Veda and in the Vedas and the Upanishads. So here is one of the proofs, archaeological proofs of the ancient history of Vaishnavism. This is a pillar that is found in Madhya Pradesh that was raised by a Greek ambassador called Heliodorus. The dating is around 113 years before Christ. The pillar says that Heliodorus, an ambassador from the Bactric Indo state of in North India, in today's Punjab, came from Taxila, and representing the Greek king of that kingdom. And he praises Vasudev, the god of gods. And he describes himself as a Bhagavata. So now we hear about the term Bhagavata. And this pillar is situated in Vidisha, in Madhya Pradesh. So if we jump a little later, a few hundred years, of course India goes through a strong period of a Buddhist development from the Magadha Empire, the northeast, from Bihar, Bengal, and the northeast, for several centuries, represented by the Maurya Empire, by Ashok, of course, who promotes Buddhism all over India, and there are many inscriptions from that period that are a testimony of the great development and growth of Buddhism in India. And in the first century, we have in the area of Mathura the development of a Central Asian kingdom that connects India to China. And that also promotes Buddhism, and Buddhism spreads from India to Central Asia and China. But after that, we have the final stage of the Magadha Empire's history is the Gupta dynasty, which is a little bit of a break from that history of Buddhism in India. The Guptas are patronizing Vaishnavism, and ultimately they make Ayodhya, the city of Ram, the capital of the empire. So during the time Vaishnavism, the social and cultural structure of Vaishnavism changed because Vaishnavism gets royal patronage. And in the history of religions, royal patronage is always very, very crucial. If the ruler or the king or the politician, the leadership, supports a certain religion, that religion can grow and flourish very easily. So during the Gupta dynasty, we have a development of a society ordered according to the Varna and Ashrama. We know that because of the accounts of a Buddhist monk called Fa Hien, who came from China to try to find Buddhist manuscripts in India. So he tells about that society. It speaks about the Gupta kingdom as a place where there is no killing, where the citizens live very peacefully and respect all life, all animals and plants. And the Gupta kings, they support both Buddhism and Vaishnavism. So they are not sectarians, they are open to freedom of religion. And Fa Hien, he finds the Gupta citizens to be very happy and satisfied. So that's what we know. And the Gupta period is considered to be the golden age of Vaishnavism because due to royal patronage, the scribes and Brahmins of that empire are very much involved in kind of promoting the Puranic literature, kind of editing and popularizing the Sanskrit literature of Vaishnavism. So the influence of Vaishnavism grows from India, from the Gupta period onwards, and of course we have the great temple complex of Angkor Wat, built by the Khmer kings between the 10th and the 13th century. Angkor Wat was probably one of the largest cities in Asia at the time. Recent research has proved that around the temple there was a city of between 1 and 4 million people. And the Angkor Wat complex was built as a Vaishnava structure. There are hundreds of meters of reliefs carved in stone that describe the histories of the Ramayana and Mahabharata. Only later Angkor Wat became a Buddhist temple and is still a place of worship for Theravada Buddhists in Cambodia. So we already touched the popular bhakti movement, but it is still worth to mention it again because in the early phases of the first millennium we have a canonizing of very important Sanskrit literature for the bhakti tradition, that is the Bhagavad Purana, the Vishnu Purana, the Padma Purana and so on, that become very popular. The Mahabharata is in Sanskrit, the Ramayana is in Sanskrit and so on. Of course, the Sanskrit scholarship was only cultivated by the Brahmins, and the majority of the population was not able to enter into this field of knowledge. And as we heard in the case of Ramanuja, there was a feeling of a need of inclusiveness, try to open up, so to speak, the Sanskrit, beautiful Sanskrit heritage, and allow more and more people to access it. So we have a development from the 8th century, starting from Tamil Nadu with the Alvars, the 12 Alvars that are regarded traditionally as different portions or manifestations of Vishnu. There is a very strong emphasis on emotion and love for a personal God. And the language is Tamil, a local language. And the poetry is in simple language, beautiful simple language, and a whole culture of music and singing also develops side by side. From Tamil Nadu, this bhakti movement spreads to Karnataka, then of course here in Maharashtra, and then up to Gujarat, Rajasthan, and then finally reaches Bengal in the 16th century with Chaitanya. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself was born in a Brahmin family, but then he left all scholarship. He founded a school of Nyaya, of philosophy, but then he left it and became a bhakta. And it took later he accepted sannyasa, became a sannyasin, and traveled all over India, spreading kirtan and the singing of the names of Krishna. The Bhakti movement had two sides to it, and the scholars of this period call them Sagunapantis and Nirgunapantis. So, because of the influence of Sufism and Islam in the north, the discussion about who God is, what is actually does God has a form, or does God has no form, becomes a very, very important theological issue. So we have the Nirakar and Sakar currents. Some view God as a person but without form, as the Muslims would do, and some view God as a person with a form, Sakar. So both in this period there are personalities and saints, sants that are prone to the Nirgunapantis path, and then there are others who are more prone to the Saguna path. But important in this period is that many proponents of this Bhakti movement are not Brahmins. They come from all different castes and classes. Some are even outcasts. They question the Brahmins' ritual privileges. They use vernacular languages, and their songs and music become extremely popular. The movement becomes more independent from temple worship and kirtan and bhajan in the villages, and it's become more and more popular. And it's led by charismatic leaders. The movement is the representatives of the movements. Some of them, like Kabir, for example, are appreciated both by Hindus and Muslims. And Sampradaya affiliation, the traditional way of associating with authority and transmission of knowledge, is not as important within the Bhakti movement. But there are, of course, exceptions. So, like in the case of Chaitanya, for example, although he he personified perhaps Bhakti, and it was filled with different kinds of ecstasies, which are being described in texts such as the Chaitanya Charitamrita. He was very peculiar about belonging to a sampradaya. Later, the connection with the Madhva sampradaya was made. So let me end my speech with some reference to our contemporary time. According to several scholars, and even the Encyclopedia Britannica in 1996, there are Vaishnavism influences about 70% of all Hindus. The statistics says 70% of Hindus are Vaishnavas. I would dare to doubt a little bit that, because the belonging maybe is not so tight in that sense in terms of Hinduism. But maybe it would be more safe to say that at least 70% of Hindus are culturally influenced by Vaishnavism, because of the Gita, the Mahabharata, the Ramayana, Jamashtami, Diwali. These are all festivals connected to Vaishnavism that most Hindus would participate and share without thinking perhaps too much whether this is a Vaishnava festival or this is a Shaiva festival. So things are not so compartmental, I say. They're not divided in compartments. We see, for example, with Christianity or Islam and Judaism, Hinduism is more fluid in that sense. But definitely, Vaishnavism is an important part of Hinduism. And as I was discussing with Professor Islam yesterday, there is maybe a Vaishnava consciousness within Hinduism, which is not really clear and spelled out. But you can kind of sense it and trace it in various ways. I bring here the example of Mahatma Gandhi, who called himself a Sanatani Hindu. Of course, Gandhi has various religious influences in his life. He studied Christianity. His father was a Jain, and his mother was a Vaishnavi. So there were several influences. But ultimately, he called himself a Hindu, a Sanatani Hindu, at some point. And he said, I believe in the Vedas, the Upanishads, the Puranas, and all that goes by the name of Hindu scriptures, and therefore in avatars and rebirth. That would be a kind of typical Vaishnava perspective. I believe in the Varnashram Dharma. Vaishnavas have traditionally been kind of loyal to the Varnashram as a system because Krishna presents this in the Gita. I believe in the protection of cows. Of course, the cow is an animal connected to the Vedas, is essential for the yagya, for the performance of offer, but is also a very dear animal to Krishna. Krishna protects the cows, it's Gopal. So that would be a typical Vaishnava point of view. And I do not disbelieve in idol worship. The word idol is quite diminutive and used by Christians as something actually quite bad. But it has been adopted in the Indian language, so it's kind of neutral, used in a neutral sense. But here it means I do not disbelieve in murtis and worshipping God as a person in a personal form. So this, you could say, are points that the Vaishnava would acknowledge without any difficulty, but they're not really presented as Vaishnava, but more as general Hindu, Sanatani Hindu. So my very last example would be of a Vaishnava in the modern period from Bengal, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, who founded the Gaudiya Math in 1919. He was the guru and teacher of Srila Prabhupada, the founder of ISKCON. Here we see him to the right. To the left is John Anderson, the governor of Bengal, who came to Mayapur, the birthplace of Chaitanya, to meet Bhaktisiddhanta on his invitation. So, what is the social and cultural transformation that that Vaishnavas such as Bhaktisiddhanta tries to introduce? Well, the first thing is Vaishnavism at the time was being a little bit marginalized, and the urban Bhadralok in the middle class Bhadralok would not typically be Vaishnavas. They would be following Swami Vivekananda or other Ram Mohan Roy, and so on. So Vaishnavas would be mainly ascetics living in the countryside, typically in pilgrimage places, and practicing their sadhana. But his idea was that instead, Vaishnavism should become active in society under the principles of yukta vairagya. Yukta means connect, from yuj, from the Sanskrit root yuj. Vairagya means a kind of renunciation, asceticism. So the interpretation of the word yukta vairagya was that because everything actually belongs to Krishna and Vishnu, and is not separated from the divine source, we should use everything in the service of the Supreme. We should not use things for our own pleasure and satisfaction, but for pleasing God. And for doing that, we can use practically anything in the service of God. So, and also jivadoya, compassion for the jivas, for the living entities. So all human beings have, of course, a soul. Not only human beings, but even animals and plants. So we should give respect to all living entities, because they're all emanation from the Supreme, from God. So he introduced a kind of new Vaishnava mysticism that so service to society, becoming a servant of the servant, humility, and helping humanity in a positive way by trying to give some solutions to stress and the problem of challenges of life as an important duty for a Vaishnava. He wrote also different books. Of course, he was a very productive publisher. One book, early book, the Bongi Samajikata, the social structure of Bengal, that was published in the year 1900. He questioned the Aryan invasion theory that was presented by Max Müller. He saw that Western knowledge of India was a little bit too superficial, and he didn't see that Hinduism had decayed through history. There was a very common Orientalist perception that India and Hinduism become worse and worse and worse from a golden age of the Vedic time. He saw instead that Bhakti has emerged late, but it was a very, very important development of Indian religion and spirituality and should not be neglected. He also started a mission to the West. In 1933, he founded a center in London, the Gaudiya Mission Society in London, and the president of it was Lord Zetland, who was the Secretary of State of India in the British government at the time. and he became the patron of that society. And the idea there was that Vaishnavism was not only for Indians, is a universal philosophy of life which is open to all human beings, even the British and others. And humility and services are the key to universalism, and are very important for Bhakti is an instrument for transforming human beings and through divine love. And the mission tried to understand Vaishnavism and Vaishnavas as educators, and that Vaishnavas should show a good example. It's very. The idea was not to simply preach and try to convince, but by showing. Of course, that was also done, obviously, through lectures and pamphlets and writings. But also, the most important was to give a good example and show how a Vaishnava behaves, and in this way convince the British and others that Vaishnavism was a viable path of spirituality, not only for Indians but also for others. So let me conclude here by saying that Vaishnavism has an ancient history. I hope I hinted at some of these points. Of course, the history of Vaishnavism is very complex and very deep. I just hinted at some highlights. And it goes back to the root of Indic civilization. The Bhakti movement since the first millennium has propagated religious egalitarianism and each individual's right to directly worship God. Vaishnavism has incorporated key currents of Indian spirituality, the ascetic movements, the Bhakti movement, the Puranic age, temple worship, social and cultural activism, etc. And last, Vaishnavism is a living spirituality that has much to contribute to society and the modern world, and deserves to be better studied. So, thank you very much for your patience.
The most priestly form of Vaishnavism against the more popular form of Vaishnavism.
Yes.
So that's more rigid in nature. So when we look at the more popular form of Vaishnavism, from Ramanujan to Vallabhacharya, it's very radical in terms of Vedic conventions. So with your studies on overview of his Vaishnavism history, do you think the more radicalism or the social inclusiveness in the Vaishnavism comes from the Shramanic influence? Is it safe to say that? Or it has the more Vedic roots?
Yeah, that's a very good question. The Shramana period was a very interesting moment in Indian history. It has its center in the Magadha Empire in the northeast, Bihar, and other neighboring lands. And during that time, there is a new phase of understanding the Vedas, because the sacrifice of the Vedas is interiorized. So knowledge, the benefit or the process of purification and connection with the universe that the Vedic offer suggested was interiorized through meditation and yoga. And in the Upanishads, one of the most fundamental messages is, of course, that there is a universal truth, which is Brahman. And Upanishads describe and speak of Brahma in different ways as Saguna Nirguna. But the main foundation, the foundational message is that there is one reality and we all share it. So you could say that from the ascetic period, the Shramana period onward, the foundation was laid for a very inclusive kind of spirituality and religiousness. But that maybe wasn't realized immediately. And then when the Bhakti movement developed in the first millennium, then that foundation that was laid, so to speak, in the ascetic time became very prominent. And ultimately, through the different varieties of Bhakti movement, this inclusiveness became more and more manifested and clear. So, but if you want to find the roots of inclusiveness, we can go way back. So, thank you for your question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ferdinando. Now our next paper is on Role of Religion in Developing Happy and Healthy Societies by Dr. Ruby Sen. I would like to request her to come on stage. Dr. Ruby Sen is Head of Department of Sociology and Coordinator of the Center for Study of Religion and Society at Jadavpur University, Kolkata. Dr. Ruby was the project coordinator for the international research project on practices and processes of religious diversity conducted by Lancaster University. Professor Dr. Sen has recently authored Folk Religion of Bengal, co-edited The Sociology of Religion in India, Past, Present and Future, published in 2013, and written various articles and book chapters. Madam Ruby, please.
Dignitaries, students, and teachers, and other personnel, I am very much thankful to all of you for giving me such opportunity to say something on a role of religion in developing happy and healthy societies. I am also very much grateful to Shumanta Rudro for organizing this seminar, and also very much thankful to Sanskrit Department of Mumbai University. I am also thankful to our Vice Chancellor, Professor Deshmukh, for organizing such an important seminar. So, actually, religion is very old, but never it was taught in Bengal or in other parts of India. We always think that religion is important, but it was never included in sociology. Very few events like Mumbai 9/11 attacks in Mumbai, events, bombings in Bali, London, Madrid, and very few events like Paris massacre and Khagragarh massacre in Bengal. All these events shows us that religion is very important at this particular moment. So from this thing, we thought that a new kind of consciousness has arisen or raised because of these events. We thought that secularization has declined religion, but resurgence of religion is vibrant, is more important in secular society. So religion is so much important in our field, but you see, it was never included in sociology. Though sociology was based on religion, and our classical thinkers, say for example, Emil Durkheim, Max Weber, and even the father of sociology of religion, father of sociology, Auguste Comte, they all included the study of religion, but it was never taught in Bengal. And during 34 years of leftist regime, it was basically was under the control of leftist regime, and they thought this is like Karl Marx, they thought this is opium. So that's why the study of religion in India as well as in Bengal never flourished. So, considering the gravity of the study of religion and its importance, I, on behalf of Jadavpur University, tried to develop this study, and I have first included sociology of religion in sociology department, in PG program, in UG program, in MPhil program, and in PhD program. So I realized that the study of religion is most important in our sociological arena. Considering this, I have established one center for the study of religion and society in Jadavpur University. And for this, I fought for 4 years. And because that time it was under the control of left authority. So I established it in the year 2011. But before that, I fought for 4 years to 5 years to establish one center in Department of Sociology in Jadavpur University. And you know, Jadavpur University is very well known to all people. And here, Ferdinando Sordera was my actual helper or joint coordinator or my good friend, that he helped me a lot to do this thing. So now this center is first of its kind in South Asia. But that time nobody helped me. Even my colleagues, my teachers of other departments, my staffs, they never helped me. But I finally established the Center for the Study of Religion and Society. And when I started it, I organized different conferences, different seminars related to the study of religion, especially sociology of religion. And now I'm doing an important research, and that is on comparative study of religions. And I want to inform that the study of religion is very important at this juncture, at this moment, when our socio-political base is based on the study of religion. So that's why I have included various studies, especially Semitic religions and Eastern religions. And here I have included many topics through which we can learn something about the study of religion. I am not explaining too much because time is very short, that's why. Then I have also included tradition and new religious movements also, to inform about various movements and other things through this course. Then I have also included mythological traditions, and here I have included many papers. Then I have also included philosophies of religions, though you know very well that philosophy was base for the study of religion, but that's why I have included philosophies of religion also. Here I have also included comparative mysticism. So I have included many papers that I am not explaining here. And finally, sociology of religion I have also included. And I have also included sociology of religion not only in courses but in other areas also, and doing lots of research on sociology of religion, which is very, very important at this moment and very new to us, very new to students, very new to teachers and everybody. And here I have included many theoretical works, say for example, Koth, Marx, Durkheim, Max Weber, and everybody. Then I have included study of religious texts also, especially epistemology and hermeneutics. Then even I have included gender issues in religion too. Then religious practices, especially meditation and yoga, etc. I have given importance on this area also. Even I have included Sanskrit language, grammar and literature, because the basis of religion is Sanskrit. Then I have also included religion and art. Then religion and healing process. Then religion and health also. Religion and health also. Then religion, even I have included religion and media. That means we are working on religion and media too. And religion and ethics also, because ethics is very much related to religion. And finally, comparative methodology. So, here, as I have shown you the different papers which I have included, I have given importance on these particular areas, because all these areas are very much important for the study of religion, and we are constantly working on these areas, and that means we are constantly doing some kind of research on this area. So, as it was unknown to students and especially academicians, so we thought that if we can do constant research on this line, so our students will be benefited, and slowly everybody can learn the scientific study of religion, and especially academic study of religion will be established in future. So, considering this, as I have established a Center for the Study of Religion and Society, I want that future students or future generation will work on it, and then they can flourish religious studies or sociology of religion in general. So, thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Dr. S. Maqbool Islam. So please come up. His paper is on Vaishnavism in Cultural Space, East and North, East India. Dr. Maqbool Islam, an associate professor of Bengali in St. Paul's Cathedral Mission College, Kolkata, is much known for his research in diverse fields, including folklore and folkloristics. He has worked in different thrust areas like comparative religion, cultural integration, folkloristics, folk musicology, problems of minorities, Jagannath consciousness, and has contributed to more than 16 books and around 200 articles in English, Bengali, and Oriya. He has also taught in 7 universities across India and delivered several talks on Indian culture and folkloristics at international universities. He is an MA in Bengali language and literature and a PhD in comparative folklore from University of Calcutta. So please.
Vasudeva Sudang Devang Kansa Chanura Mardanam Devaki Paramanandam Krishnam Bande Jagatguru. All the dignitaries present in this international conference, I'd like to offer due salutation to all who believe in Vaishnavism and in the path of Lord Sri Krishna. Actually, I am not going to present any paper, though I had made a paper, but what I am going to do right now is I will present a slideshow to render a brief mapping of what I wanted to say, what actually I want to say. The main point of my paper is Vaishnavism in the cultural space of Eastern and Northeastern India. Ferdinando has pointed out that Vaishnavism went up to Bengal, but what happened beyond Bengal? I am trying to address that point in my presentation. I would like to give special emphasis on Manipur, the Vaishnavism of Manipur. There are other states also, but due to constraint of time, I would like to concentrate on Manipur, because the Vaishnavism of Manipur is comparatively less attended by the scholars. It is true that in Bengal and Assam, Neo-Vaishnavism was introduced by Sri Chaitanya Deva and Srimanta Shankar Deva. Okay, since time is limited, I shall move on to Tripura, Manipur, yes. Vaishnava Dharma was declared as the state religion of Manipur. This is very interesting by King Garib Niwaz. In Northeast India, the first state where Vaishnava Dharma was declared as the state religion. And this was really a landmark in the history of Vaishnavism in Northeast India. So far, the history of Vaishnavism in Northeast India is concerned, particularly in Manipur. King Chaupa Khekhompa, probably this is the right pronunciation, King Chaupa Khekhompa, he presented a deity of Vishnu to Lord Kiyamba of Manipur. So the first Vishnu deity went Manipur from Burma, not from the mainland. This is interesting. Not from Assam, not from the mainland. It went there through Burma. This is the... And then, in order to give an abode to Lord Vishnu, this Vishnu temple was constructed. This is Lamang Dong, now renamed as Bishanpur. So this is the first Vishnu temple of Manipur. King Charairangba, another monarch of Manipur, embraced Vaishnavism, initiated in Vaishnava Dharma from Rai Banomali, who went Manipur from Puri, Shet Ganga. So this is the route through which Rai Banomali reached Manipur. It covers West Bengal, Bangladesh, both Kheturi, Srihatto, Assam and then Manipur. King Garib Nawaz, he also took initiation from Guru Gopal Das and constructed a Krishna temple in Imphal. So this is the present picture of Sri Krishna temple. And this is the route. King Bhagyachandra, he also took initiation from Rupa Paramananda Goswami. Oil painting of King Bhagyachandra. And Bhagyachandra's Guru Parampara, this is important, Sri Chaitanya, Narottam Das Thakur, Ganga Narayan Chakraborty, Rupa Paramananda and Bhagyachandra. With reference to that, I must mention about the Kheturi Convention, because how and why the Vaishnava went to northeastern part of India. Kheturi Convention took place in 1883, tentative time, 1583, and there it was decided how Vaishnavism should be preached to other parts of India. And there they put emphasis on three major points. One is Seva Puja of Vigraha, second is Shastra Path, Shastra Charcha, and third one is preaching and Nama Sankirtan. So these were the three logistics that was adopted in Kheturi Convention, and all these Guru Parampara, particularly Ganganarayan Chakraborty and Rupa Paramananda, after Kheturi Convention, they went to Manipur. So when we are talking about the history of Manipur in northeast India, we have to consider the Kheturi Convention. King Bhagyachandra constructed Govindaji temple. This is the present picture of present Govindaji temple. He was not only a king, at the same time he was cultural reformer of Manipur, who formulated Ras Nritya, Nato Sankirtan, with the help of Lai Harauba, the folk tradition of Manipur, with the content of Bhagavatam. Gambhir Singh, another important personality who dedicated the capital, the old capital, of course it was old capital of Manipur in the name of Sri Govinda. This is the present picture. And Gambhir Singh did another important task. He ordered to worship Lord Sri Jagannath along with Sri Krishna. And this is how Sri Jagannath worship started in Manipur. And this is typical Manipuri deity of Jagannath. You can see the deity has some similarities with Puri and some dissimilarities as well. Ratha Jatra also started. The Ratha Jatra of Manipur, I was there in Manipur in 2016, Ratha Jatra. In Manipur, Vaishnavism, the development of Vaishnavism tells us several phases. One is Vishnu consciousness, then Rama, then Krishna, Govinda, then Jagannath, and then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Advaita Acharya, like that. So first Vishnu deity came through Burma, Then Rama, before Radha Krishna consciousness in Manipur, Rama consciousness was there. After that, Govinda, Rama, Krishna, Radha Krishna started worshipping, and then Jagannath. Along with Jagannath and Radha Govinda, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Advaita Acharya, they are also worshipped. So we can see several very clear phases or strata of consciousness in the development of Vaishnavism in Manipur. This is Jagannath temple of Manipur. This is a new temple, of course. Tripura. In Tripura, Rajdhar Manikya, he established Vishnu Mandir. This is old Vishnu Mandir. Actually, people told me that this is made of slate stone. Slate stone. I am not an expert in this field, so I can't say whether it is made of slate or granite or any other stone. Guru Srinivas Acharya, he preached Vaishnavism in Kachar, Assam area. And Kachar and Manipur, they are close to each other. Okay, let me now emphasis on some observation, that is text tradition. Text like Bhagavatam, Gita, Gita Govindam, Ramayana. So all the major Sanskrit texts occupy a major position in the cultural space of not only in Manipur but also in entire eastern India. In Odisha, Bhagavata Tungi, in Assam Shatra, and in Manipur Mandap culture started, where particularly Bhagavata and Srimad Bhagavad Gita are chanted and explained. Bhagavat Tungi. I have observed that two major points has facilitated Vaishnavism become very popular in Northeast India, because the basic cultural bedrock of Northeast India is tribal culture, who are mostly fond of performing art, particularly Jatra and Leela. These two items occupy major position, and Ratha Yatra is one. It is one among the method of worship, Jatra. Chandan Jatra is also there. This photograph is taken in Agartala, Chandan Jatra. And then different type of Leela. This is a picture of Rasa Leela taken in Manipur. You see, the content of all whatever you are seeing in the picture is taken from Sanskrit text, Vaishnava text. This is Bakasur Badh. In painting, even in other genres of culture like music, interestingly, indigenizing Vaishnava codes, you see the Sri Krishna, how they have indigenized Radha and Krishna with traditional costumes. Painting, Kaliya Daman. Sharabhuj Chaitanya Murti. In Bengali it is said, Ram Rupe Dhanuk Dhare, Krishna Rupe Banshi, Chaitanya Rupe Nimai Hoilo Sannasi. 600. So this is also how they have translated text, written text into painting. Yes. The same idea of Giri Govardhan is reflected into different art forms, painting and sculpture. very beautiful configuration of Garuda Vahana Vishnu. One is in woodcraft, another is painting. In Assam, you can see Bhagavatam in almost in every temple, you can see. Okay. So these pictures are the proof. Okay. So I have already told earlier that in Northeast India, Vishnu consciousness owes its origin to many texts. So this is a pattern. Narottam Das Thakur, he organized Kheturi Convention in 1583, I have already told. Because of the flexible boundary of Vaishnava culture, Vaishnava-minded Muslim poets evolved in West Bengal. West Bengal and Bangladesh, because Bangladesh was separated in 1971. Without giving to any name and any reference, I would like to say something. What is the bridge between Vaishnavism and Islam from the point of comparative religion? And how we can make a bridge between Islam and Vedanta, Vedic concept right now. One point is very clear that both Vaishnavism and Islam speak of one God. Sarva dharmana parityajya mam ekam sharanam braja. That is one. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah. One God. Second is, what is the position of a devotee? Both Islam and Vaishnavism says, we are the servant of Lord. There is no doubt. So philosophically, Islam and Vaishnavism, they are really very close together. The next point is, Bhakti Yoga. Bhakti Yoga is the main method of union between Bhakta and Bhagavan. Inshan and Allah, Bhakta and Bhagavan. And like Mamai Vangsha Jiva Loke Jiva Bhuta Sanatana, we have God. I do not know whether it will be appropriate time. We have God particle within us. So the same concept, Nafaktu fihe min ruhi, that is, we have God particle within us. So there are enough possibility that we can make a very strong bridge between Vaishnavism and Islam. And so far Srila Prabhupada's text, I would like to refer the works of Akip Manaf, Oirabad Das. He worked on Vaishnavism and Islam. And interestingly, Srila Prabhupada, he recognized that Veda, we are talking about Veda. Veda never means a particular book. Veda means the transcendental knowledge. And Srila Prabhupada recognized the message of Bible and Quran to be the message of Veda. So these are some of the references. I can go on talking for a long time, but since I have to finish within time. The last point is question of vision. How we can, being an Indian, not as a devotee, you wipe up all my identities, just being an Indian, I believe that we need to protect the Vaishnava philosophy and culture, because it has that flexibility that it can teach the people of entire globe. But we need to take necessary measure to protect, prevent, preserve the Vaishnava culture. So far research is concerned, modern research deals with methodology, deals with data collection, deals with analysis and everything. But one thing I believe, that apart from the mechanical and technical points of research, we have to consider another one point. I think this must be in any form in Marathi language also. Shikha Dikha. We use Shikha and Dikha. So through research we can learn, we can get Shikha. But until and unless we go for Dikha, we initiate ourselves in the basic message, whatever we have learned, I think this may go useless in our life. And Gita says, in research we are much concerned about knowledge. Yes, knowledge is the first step. But Gita taught us, Sreyo hi jnanam abhyasaj jnana dhyanam vishishyate. We have to go for dhyan. After attaining knowledge, we have to go for dhyan. Dhyanat karma phalat tyaga, tyagat shanti anantaram. So Gita, the knowledge of Bhagavad Gita has a distinct point of destination, that is peace, that is shanti. So how we can bring about peace in our life? There are sociological model, political model, economic model, etc., etc. But one point we have to consider, that until and unless we have a very strong union between my soul and the Supreme Soul, all the effort of integration will be a show for media. In Indian, not only in Indian context, but in the entire globe, we are trying to bring about integration. But how we can bring, if I am not integrated with my Lord whom I believe, I can't bring any integration. This is hard reality. In order to escape from this social syndrome, we have to be initiated and act in conformity to what I have learned. That is the basic knowledge of Vaishnavism. I offer my salutation to all who believe in the paths of Vaishnavism, and I also offer my respect and reverence to all who are present over today. With these few words, I must pronounce Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya evacha patitanang pavanebhya Vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Namaskar.
Speaker, Dr. Madhvi Narsale. She is the HOD of Sanskrit Department, Mumbai University. Her paper is in Family Relations with special reference to Bhagavad Purana. Dr. Madhvi Narsale is well-known Sanskrit scholar and holds a PhD in Sanskrit from the University of Mumbai. Dr. Madhvi was invited by MPSC for designing its curriculum and paper assessment. She has been a member of advisory committee of department design and designed the postgraduate curriculum for MA based on UGC norms. She is the author of the book Epics and Mahapuranas on Vedic Sacrifice and also has several publications to her name. Dr. Madhvi has also was also a panelist on the game show Mahayatra, telecasted on Star Plus, and is currently a Sanskrit professor of University of Mumbai. Dr. Nasser.
Mukam karoti vachalam, pangum langhayate girim, yatkrupa tamaham vande, paramananda madhavam. Let me take this opportunity of thanking Bhaktivedanta Vidyapith Research Center for giving me an opportunity of presenting a paper in this international conference. The title of my paper is Family Relations with Special Reference to the Bhagavata Purana. Bhagavata Purana is regarded as an apex scripture equivalent to the Vedas as per the Vaishnava tradition. The dictionary meaning of the word scripture is a sacred, solemn or authoritative book or piece of writing. Scriptures are books of faith which have teachings and prescriptions to ensure that the divine participates in our day-to-day existential processes. Believers and practitioners of any faith have faith in the teachings and prescriptions of their scriptures. For such believers, the need for interpretation arises because of the finite limitations of the human mind to understand infinite God. Interpretation or hermeneutics is the process wherein believers try to understand what human seers and the divine entity communicated, and also how to communicate and incorporate the preaching in their day-to-day life. The final goal of interpreting the scripture is to make practical application of the passages in one's life. Scriptures, in the course of their revelation and evolution, have been repositories of knowledge which is timeless. Their timelessness have always posed challenges to scholars to interpret them within their conceptual framework to establish their relevance in a diverse philosophical and socio-political scenario. Here arises the need for establishing the relevance of the text in the present times. As the theme of the seminar is regarding the relevance of Vaishnava thought, I have chosen a topic which will discuss the relevance of Bhagavata Puran in leading a good and healthy family life in the present times. A family is a group of people affiliated by birth, consanguinity, by marriage, affinity, or by co-residence in some situations. It is the first institution wherein an individual learns socialization. I have located key references regarding family life in the Bhagavata Purana, which will serve as a guiding light for the present times, especially when we experience the crumbling down of family life, nuclearization of an individual in the era of virtual reality, and absurd social media sites. In the course of the paper, we will see family life as envisaged in the Bhagavata Purana and what it can teach us. First thing is father-son relation. Vedavyas was distressed on seeing his son Shuka renouncing the world, as Vyas did not get any opportunity to perform religious or secular duties for him. This reference is from the Bhagavata Mahatmya from the Padma Puran chapter 1. As a father, he felt the need and urge to perform rituals for Shuka, look after him or watch him grow up. But this was not possible as Shuka renounced the world. Such a tender father-son relation is expressed in the Purana. Another aspect of father-son relation is revealed in the Bhagavad Puran, which is the feeling of coldness or discomfort, which later on culminates in love and affection, as described in the story of Dhruva. Dhruva decides to return home after performing penance in the forest. Initially, Uttanapada, his father, does not give credence to this news, but when he sees Dhruva in person, his joy knows no bounds. It is not just Uttanapada, but the entire family of Dhruva. His mothers and Uttam, his brother, enjoy this family reunion. The Puran teaches us that as a family, we need to interact, come closer with each other, and then the feelings of discomfort, coldness are wiped out. The Ajamila in the 5th book of the Purana also throws light on the father-son relation, wherein Ajamila, on his deathbed, desired to have the last glimpse of his son named Narayan. Father-son relation is not restricted to mundane temporal pleasures. It plays an important role in the realm of enlightenment. Rishabhadeva gives a discourse to his sons regarding giving up worldly temporal pleasures in search of beatitude. Here, the father serves as a guiding light for spiritual upliftment of his children. The onslaught of the Kali Yuga. For the Bhagavata Puran, strained family relations are the parameters to understand the evil effects of Kali Yuga. Here, women rule the house, their brother are their counselors, people sell their daughters out of greed, and there are frequent quarrels between husband and wife. These are the signs of Kali Yuga. When one comes across such families, one should regard them as evil effects of Kali Yuga. Then you see family relations, an allegory. Bhakti Here, bhakti, that is devotion, is regarded as a mother. She is a young mother who has two sons, namely Gyan and Vairagya, decaying due to old age. Bhakti has also attained old age but became young after being rejuvenated by hearing the praises of Hari at Vrindavan. However, nothing could be done for her children. Narada recited the glory of Lord and could resurrect them to a certain extent. But it is only on listening to Bhagavata Jnana Yajna they regain their strength. One lesson which this instance teaches us is that in any situation, never give up. As Bhakti attempted to rejuvenate and resurrect her children who had almost given up in the difficult situation. So if something goes wrong with any family member, try relentlessly to bring the member on the track of good life. Then you see husband-wife relation. The feelings between husband and wife are that of love, affection, togetherness, sharing and caring. As joy is to be shared, so is sorrow. The story of Atmadeva and Dhunduli unfolds how both of them shared the pain of childlessness. The Purana does not consider sex as a taboo, but sex at the wrong time was considered as a taboo as per the episode of Diti and Kashyapa who gave birth to demons. Amorous pastimes of Kardama and Devahuti, Shiva and Parvati are also described in the Purana, which is a clear-cut indication of open-mindedness regarding sex with one's life partner. After marriage, the husband and wife experience different states and conditions of life with togetherness. In the Purana, Gandhari, who voluntarily blindfolded herself after knowing that the husband is blind, experienced Gruhasthashram with Dhritarashtra, so did she follow him in the Vanaprasthashram. This feeling of togetherness, sharing and caring attitude is well underlined in the Bhagavata Purana. Then you see fraternal relations. In the story of Gokarna and Dhundukari, Dhundukari was a sinner who died and did not get liberation. His brother Gokarna, an elevated soul, took pains to bestow deliverance on him. He was advised to perform the Bhagavata Jnana Yajna for 7 days. Dhundukari was present as a ghost, staying in a bamboo stick having 7 knots. Each knot snapped each day, and on the 7th day, Dhundukari attained mukti. Gokarna did not give up on his brother even after death. He tried to set things right, and he succeeded in it. The Purana says a brother attains the place in the realm of Maruts when he does duty towards his brother, follows the exalted path of his brothers, who set himself as an ideal because of his virtues. It is the behavior which matters for reaching the highest abode, and one should set oneself as an example for others to follow if one is keen to attain highest bliss after leaving this world. Why Maruts? Here, because Maruts are 49 brothers and they share an exemplifying fraternal relation. Mother-son relation. Motherly love and affection are existent across the sections of the society. Narada, in his previous birth, was a son of a maidservant who showered her motherly love and tried to fulfill all his wants in spite of limited resources. Pain of losing the near and dear children is very well represented in the Bhagavata Purana. Ashwathama's heinous deed of slaughtering the sons of Draupadi caused her to piteously lament and lose the joy of becoming victorious in the battle of the Mahabharata. Mother-son relation is beautifully unfolded in the Bhagavata Purana in the context of seeking knowledge. Kardama and Devahuti had a son named Kapil. Here Devahuti wanted to clear her delusion regarding I-ness, ahankara, and minus, mamatva, and had bowed before her son, pleading to explain philosophy and spiritual knowledge to her so that she can get upliftment. So it is not wrong to be preached by children. There is a saying in Sanskrit which says, Balat api subhashitam grahyam. In the case of esoteric knowledge, age is not the matter. And one should appreciate and learn good qualities from our children, which is something which the Purana says. Seeking advice from the elderly. As we say, Baladapi Subhashitam Grahyam, there is another saying which says, Adnya Gurunam Anullankaniya. Guidance provided by elderly members of the family was valued in the Bhagavata Purana. Yudhishthir became a crowned king, but he was not be all and know all. He took the advice of an experienced hand like Bhishma, who had played a key role in governing the kingdom of the Kurus since ages. This advice, unlike the political advice in the Shanti Parva of the Mahabharata, was the spiritual advice of bhakti towards Hari. A text is expressed with a purpose of context. The purpose of Bhagavat Puran is extolling devotion of Lord. Therefore, the advice given by Bhishma is not a political advice, it is the advice regarding devotion of Lord. So when we start the new venture, always seek advice from elders who have seen and experienced more life than us. Adversities like generation gap, outdatedness, technological illiteracy, etc. are hindrances in this exercise. However, worldly wisdom of elders is beyond these adversaries. So we should learn to make the best out of them is something which the Purana tells us. Family relations through revenge. Though the feeling of revenge, through the feeling of revenge, father-son relation is brought out. We see Ashwathaman avenging the death of his father by killing the sons of Pandavas, and we have Arjun intending to kill Ashwathama to revenge the death of his sons. Ultimately, the Bhagavata is a laboratory of human relations. Negative emotions provide ample room to harbor family relations. This element of avenging insult and death is evident in human relations. Lamentations and grief are expressed to create a realistic picture of the society. If you follow the route of avenge and revenge, whether you win and lose, you are going to lament, as did the family of the Kurus, be it the Kauravas or the Pandavas, is something which the Puran tells us. This avenge-revenge relationship is unfolded in the episode of cursing Parikshit. Parikshit had gone for hunting and happened to reach the hermitage of sage Shamika. The sage was engrossed in meditation and did not respond to repeated requests of the king, to quench his thirst with water. This angered the king, who placed a dead snake around the neck of the sage and left. When the son of the sage reached the hermitage and saw the dead snake encircling the father, he pronounced a curse that Takshaka, the serpent, shall bite the person doing such a deed to his father 7 days after this incident. The death of Parikshit was further revenged by Janamejaya by performing the Sarpasatra. Avenge-revenge relationships are quite evident in the present times. Family feuds run across generations in this way. The Purana wants to say that such relations do not hold good in any situations, and both the parties would meet a doom if they continue to be fueled by it. The Bhagavata Purana underlines the need of good parental upbringing. Parental upbringing is very important. Duryodhan is an ideal example of wrong parental upbringing. Dhritarashtra was repeatedly advised by Vidur and other elderly persons from the family to take stringent action against the misbehavior of Duryodhan with the Pandavas. But he turned deaf to the advice of the elders. This led to the Mahabharata war, causing the downfall of Kurus along with the other Kshatriya clan. Enjoy good memories. Good memories are always to be relished and cherished. Uddhava, in his narration with Vidur, recalled the exploits of the Lord and relished them. The Purana teaches us that always revisit good incidences of the past and enjoy them. The positive feelings emerging in this exercise inculcates positive energy in us. Here the memories are of the Lord. Revisiting the exploits of Lord help us to understand His greatness, Mahatmya, and His Mahatmya Jnana Purvaka Sneha leads to Bhakti, which is extolled in the Purana. Father-daughter relation. Daughter was a source of joy and pleasure. Marrying the daughter to the right person was an important event in the life of the Gruhastha. Swayambhu Manu and his wife Shatarupa approached sage Kardama, who was always immersed in devotion of Lord. The kingly couple came along with their daughter Devahuti. Manu sought the hand of the sage Kardama for Devahuti because she had fixed up her mind on him after hearing his virtues from sage Narada. So Manu approached the sage and giving freedom of choice to his daughter. Now, in the age of honor killings of daughters, this is an example of permitting the daughter to exert her choice regarding her life partner. The birth of a daughter is also a good sign. So this is very relevant, especially in the age where we have instances of female feticide. The Purana, in the course of enlisting the genealogy of sages and kings, gives a list of daughters born to Daksha Prajapati, their marriage and their progeny. Sukanya is as a young girl happened to pierce the eyes of sage Chavana. This deed had a bad effect on the subjects of the kingdom of Sharyati, her father. As an action to rectify this mistake, Sharyati gave Sukanya to Chavan to take care of him. It is duty comes first, then personal relation is the lesson taught by us by the Purana. Similarly, in the process of enlisting the genealogy of the Solar dynasty, the Purana mentions that Ikshvaku exiles his son Vikukshi for abandoning virtuous behavior. Harsh decisions affect daughter and son alike. Bharata from the Lunar dynasty had 4 sons whom he found to be unsuitable for ruling the kingdom. Bharata rejects them and adopts another boy named Bharadwaj and hands over the kingdom to him. The Purana lays emphasis on behavior of family members towards each other as an essential parameter of being virtuous. It says that the service to the parents is the highest duty. Putranam hi paro dharmah pitru shushrushanam satam. Father is to be regarded as an embodiment of Brahma, brother as Indra, mother as earth, and sister as kindness incarnate. These are the family bonds which tie up the family in one single unit, and they are especially vital in the age of nuclear family and old age homes. The story of Hiranyakashipu and Prahlada handles family relations in a unique manner. The father who hates the Lord continues to inflict atrocities on young Prahlad. But there is no protest or detest by Prahlad. Prahlad faces atrocities with firm conviction and faith in the Lord, and also faces death of his father at the hands of the Lord with equal composure and poise. The Purana, in the process of narration, does not create a rosy picture of the society. In the episode of Harishchandra and Shunashepa, we see Ajigartha selling his son to Harishchandra, who wants to replace him as an offering against his son Rohita. Shunashepa praises Lord and is liberated by his grace, and he is accepted by sage Vishwamitra as the eldest son. When the sons of Vishwamitra, who were elder to Shunashepa, defy this decision, the sage curses them to become tribes. We have examples wherein sons and descendants of the family exert themselves for the upliftment of fathers and forefathers. We have the story of Sagara, whose 60,000 sons were reduced to ashes by sage Kapila. Special efforts were taken by Anshuman, Dilip and Bhagirath, their descendants. The later succeeded in getting Ganga on the earth, and the souls of the fathers and forefathers were liberated. The Yayati and his son's relationship is also one of this kind. Yayati is cursed by Shukracharya to lose his youth. The leeway to this curse is that one among his sons should replace his youth by the old age of Yayati. Puru, the youngest son, accepts this and exchanges his youth with old age of Yayati. Times are not the same. If calamity befalls on the elderly members of the family, it is the duty of the younger members of the family to take efforts and provide complete support to them, says the Purana. The entire life cycle of Lord is replete with incidences exemplifying ideal family relations. For want of time, we will focus on the Lord idealizing multiple roles in the family. Lord Krishna, as a son, gave joy as a child to his foster parents Yashoda and Nanda. On one hand, he displayed his supreme miraculous powers as the universal Lord in incidences like killing many demons sent by Kansa, and also in incidences like showing the vast panorama of the world in his mouth wide open for Yashoda. On the other hand, his Bala Leelas of stealing butter, playing with his friends in Vraja, teasing the Gopikas, breaking their pots, created Vatsalya and Madhurya Rasa in the hearts of the residents of Vraja. Killing of his immediate uncle Kansa for his wicked torturous behavior is a lesson to us that family member, no matter how close he is to be punished when he or she swerves from the path of virtue. The same is to be understood in the killing of Shishupal. As an ideal lover, Lord comes to the rescue of Rukmini, who is forced into marriage with Shishupala by her brother. As an ideal husband, he fulfilled the longing of Parijata tree of his wife Satyabhama. As an ideal brother of Subhadra, he fulfilled her desire of marrying Arjun instead of being forced to marry Duryodhan. He took lead in marrying Aniruddha, his grandson, with his desired princess Usha, the daughter of Banasura. In this way, the life story of Lord inspires generations after generations to tread on the path of virtue. This is Achara or Sadachara or Karma, which is Dharma, and the Lord appeared on the earth to establish Dharma. Family is the smallest social unit. The health of this social unit is essential to be maintained for universal good. The Purana is aware of this reality and has given due place to a happy, healthy family in its discourse. We have seen how relevant it is in the present scenario to maintain synergetic, cooperative, collaborative relationship with each other, each of the members of the family. This proves the relevance of this age-old but timeless text. Thank you.
With this, we are concluding with the paper presentation sessions, and we will move towards the panel discussion. Now I call upon Dr. Shakuntala Gowde to moderate the session. I also call upon Dr. Shubhada Joshi, Dr. Kala Acharya, and Dr. Ferdinando to come on the stage. Dr. Shakuntala Gowde, she is Assistant Professor, Department of Sanskrit, University of Mumbai. Her areas of interest are Vedanta, Comparative Philosophy, Religious Studies, Aesthetics, PhD from Department of Sanskrit, University of Mumbai. Her thesis was entitled Eschatology in Vedic Literature Compared with the Western Philosophy. MA first rank with gold medal, Department of Sanskrit, University of Mumbai. Dr. Shubhada Joshi, she is ex-HOD Department of Philosophy, Mumbai University. Her research interests Indian philosophy, ethics, meta-ethics, saint philosophy and bhakti movement, intercultural and interreligious philosophy, philosophy of 19th century Maharashtra. In 2010, Professor Shubhada Joshi conducted an experimental research project to study the feasibility of Chanakya's Arthashastra in today's times. Mumbai University then decided to create a full-fledged degree course around it. She has published books like Lokayata, Critical Study, Sri Aurobindo and Vedic Interpretations. Dr. Kala Acharya, she is PhD and has been the director of KJ Somaiya Bharatiya Sanskrit Peetham Cultural and Research Institute in India since its inception in 1989. During her tenure, the institute has been developed as a center for interreligious dialogue between Hinduism, Christianity and Islam, and offers postgraduate programs in Sanskrit, yoga, philosophy and history. She is also author of several books. She has represented Hinduism in international interreligious meetings organized by the Council for Interreligious Dialogue. She has been a member of Secretariat of Congress of the Leaders of World and Traditional Religions in Kazakhstan and was appointed as an ambassador for the Parliament of World Religions in 2009. Already I have introduced Dr. Ferdinando. So now I would like to request Dr. Gowde to take over. Yeah.
Namo Namaha and good afternoon, everyone. We are opening panel discussion on the topic Mapping the Field of Vaishnava Studies, How to Develop the Field of Vaishnava Studies in India. We have 3 veteran scholars in the field of religion as panelists to discuss this issue. Dr. Shubhada Joshi, Dr. Kala Acharya, and Dr. Ferdinando Sardela. I welcome you all and introduce the theme in very brief. Vaishnava religion is traced back to the ancient text Rigveda. It developed rapidly in the post-Vedic era, encompassing many popular cults like Pancharatra, Satvata, Bhagavata, Ekantika, etc. Vedantins like Ramanuja, Nimbarka, and Vallabha provided strong basis of philosophy to the Vaishnava religion. Vaishnava traditions spread fast in different parts of India with its own peculiarities as per the socio-cultural scenario. In short, Vaishnavism is a rich tradition accommodating different variants in itself. This panel discussion takes overview of variant fields of Vaishnavism and address the issue of spreading Vaishnavism through studies. So first, I request Dr. Ferdinando Sardela to enlighten us on the topic Major Fields of Vaishnavism.
So I take the opportunity again to thank the organizers of this conference and bringing together so many enlightened persons to discuss a very relevant topic. So basically I thought very briefly here to hint at some of the possible areas of study for emerging field of Vaishnavism. First of all, a little comment, why Vaishnava studies? So the first question is, why Vaishnava studies? Because we know there is a lack of institutes and departments of religious studies in India. That doesn't mean, of course, that the study of religion is not there. We heard Professor Ruby Sain mentioning this Center for the Study of Society and Religion. There is definitely a field of sociology of religion in India. There are fields of anthropology and philosophy, we heard. So it seems to be plenty of scholars involved in the study of religion in India. So what we are talking about here is a kind of specialized field of religious studies to bring this mass of knowledge more together. Because the study of religion in Department of Philosophy or just sociology or anthropology are excellent and very valuable by themselves. But maybe the challenge sometimes is to bring all of this together and create teams where scholars talk to each other and where the focus somehow is religious studies. So this is one aspect of the need of a field of Vaishnava studies. And the other is, of course, when we talk about religion in India, there are many religions in India, we all know that. And the field of Hinduism is very large in its own. Includes, of course, the study of Shaivism and Shaktism and many, many more. But still, one way, if we look at the study of Hinduism, for example, it's very broad. And Vaishnavism has tended to kind of disappear in that kind of large field. Of course, Vaishnavism is in many ways part of the larger field of Hinduism. Well, that's the way we understand it today. Although the term Hinduism is debated in scholarship, it's a foreign term actually. But some scholars have suggested that there is in fact a rationale for studying separately, let's say Shaivism, Shaktism, and Vaishnavism, because each of these traditions are, of course, very linked to each other. They're not exclusive in any way, but they have still their own identity, their own texts, their own theologies that are different. So there is a rationale for try to suggest the creation of a field for Vaishnava studies and specialized centers for studying Vaishnavism specifically. And I hope I showed before, the history of Vaishnavism is very much embedded in the history of India. It's very hard to take them apart. So that would be one importance. So let me mention 7 possible areas. This is all very briefly. I want to mention these fields as areas that would deserve attention and would really give a sense of how deep the study of Vaishnavism really is. So let me start with ancient history. As I mentioned before, there is a kind of dichotomy or disparity between the study of the history of India as an academic discipline and what is mentioned in the texts themselves, like in the Bhagavata Purana. The history of the Bhagavata goes back to 5,000 years, according to its own description and the sage Vyas. But the archaeology of the Bhagavata, so to speak, date the Bhagavata much later. So there is a kind of discrepancy. How to bridge that? That could be a possible question. Archaeology is a very important area of studies to do so. And there is already the archaeological exploration of the site of Dwarka, the city of Krishna. The research still is on a superficial level. The city has not really emerged from excavations due to technical problems, the currents in the ocean outside of the coast of Gujarat, and so on and so forth. But with the proper resources, research on places like Dwarka or even Kurukshetra, Indraprastha, that are very central to the classical history of Indian civilization, could be brought to the surface. As much as, for example, the excavation in Troy gave a new dimension about the understanding of ancient Greek history, or research about Jerusalem and the site of Hebrew, of Jewish civilization in Israel, was very important for the historical understanding of the Bible. So excavations regarding the Gupta dynasty, we don't have much left of that history, but there are definitely inscriptions, there are many temples, and of course there is a classical literature that emerged in the Gupta period. A lot of research needs to be done. And of course all different aspects of Vaishnavism in Asia, Angkor Wat in Cambodia, the Vaishnavism in Indonesia, in Bali, for example, in Java, islands of Vaishnava practice which are still there in Vietnam, and so on. So there is a lot to do in that sense to understand the spreading of Vaishnavism in India in the first and second millennium. The second area is Puranic history and texts. And one aspect which is very fascinating and still very little research is Puranic cosmology. The cosmology of the Purana is shared by Jainism, Buddhism, not exactly in the same way in Buddhism, of course, but there is this understanding of Jambudvip as the area or the cosmic plane in which the planet Earth is situated. And there are different levels of existence below and above the earthly level. So this is a very mystical, in many ways, description of the universe, but very consistently used in the Buddhist and Shaiva and Vaishnava texts. That needs to be explored much, much more. A third area is Bhakti tradition in the first and the second millenniums, Vaishnava Sampradayas, popular Bhakti movements, a challenge from the Bhakti movements to the rigidity of the caste system, affirmation of Varnashram Dharma, and so on. And then a very systematic mapping of Vaishnavism in the south, west, north, and east of India. Professor Islam, he brought up some example from the far east, northeast of India, Tripura, Assam, and Manipur, of course. All that is very little researched. So there are many, many texts, many temples, many traditions that need to be unearthed and understood much better. A fourth area would be the encounter with modernity and globalization. Vaishnavism is a global religion nowadays. We find Vaishnavism, of course, in India, in all regions of India, but also in Nepal, in Bangladesh, Pakistan, and of course in Europe, the United States, Africa, now even China. So how to understand this globalization of Vaishnavism? How does Vaishnavas encounter the challenge of enculturation in different regions of the world? How do the Vaishnava maintain their tradition and explore their identity? This needs to be explored and studied in much more depth. A fifth area is manuscripts and texts, and some of the presentation we're dealing with that. Many people think that bhakti is a very sentimental kind of practice of the heart, and there is no philosophy behind it, but this is of course completely wrong. There is an enormous tradition of thought, starting from the Bhagavad Purana itself, which is a very kind of systematic theology in itself. But of course, going through the Vedanta of Ramanuja, Madhva, the commentaries to the Vedanta Sutra, Sankhya philosophy, yoga. I mean, there is plenty of thought in Vaishnavism and Bhakti. So that need to be studied and developed much more. And of course, at the end, when we talk about theology, yes, interreligious encounters with Islam, that was briefly mentioned here today, or Christianity, that's also need to be explored. Number 6, practices, pilgrimage, and rituals. Vaishnavism has a very rich culture of arts and drama, music and dance, which has influenced the whole culture of India. That's need to be, of course, studied and explored. Temple architecture, rituals, and pilgrimage. More than 300 million Hindus go to a pilgrimage every year. It's a huge amount. And many of these pilgrimage sites are Vaishnavas. So we need to have more systematic knowledge about the importance of pilgrimage sites, and so on. And the last but not the least, Vaishnavism and its impact on society, or his relation to society. Some of the points were already mentioned, but for example, environment, because Vaishnavism has a perspective that is inclusive. That means not only humans are regarded as spiritual beings, but also animals and plants. That means that the relationship, and there is a unity, a holistic perspective with Krishna or Vishnu at the center. So that means that nature should be treated with much more respect, and not just as an object, but as a subject of relationship. This is very foundational for the teachings of Vaishnavism. Then there is the ethics of Vaishnavism. Ethics is very understudied in Hinduism. Everybody talks about Buddhist ethics, as only Buddhism has ethics, but there is ethics also in Vaishnavism and in Hinduism, of course. Some of the ethics are service, for example. Serving God means to serve our humanity. We should treat everyone as our brothers and sisters. And be a servant of the servants. See ourselves as servants and not as lords of this world. Also, yoga, meditation, and chanting, for example, practice of mantra helps for internal development against stress. As we heard Gauranga Das initially, he mentioned that the problem that today are internal problems. Vaishnavism analyzes the maladies of societies in terms of individual problems. Problems with the ego, problems with envy, problems with pride. And the practice of Vaishnavism can potentially help to minimize these kind of problems. We can not expect to have a good, better society unless we develop as better human beings. And the last one, vegetarianism. It's a very important aspect of Vaishnavism. In the Gita, there is the word patram pushman palantoyam yume bhakta prayachati. Krishna says, if you offer me a simple leaf, flower, water, even, I will accept that. And ahimsa is embedded in Vaishnavism. Feeding the needy with vegetarian food is always being practiced by many Vaishnava societies in India. And creating the understanding of a non-violent society by practicing non-violence in our habits and lifestyle and food is also a way to have an impact on society. So these are the 7 categories that I thought, which I just summarized briefly here, is ancient history, Puranic history and texts, emerging Bhakti traditions in the first and second millenniums, the encounter with modernity and globalization, manuscripts and texts, practices, pilgrimages and rituals, and last, impact on society. So there are 7 possible areas, just to show as an example that the field of Vaishnava studies can potentially be very fruitful and very rich. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ferdinando. He has pointed out 7 different fields of Vaishnava studies, and I think these are new research avenues for Vaishnava studies. It is indeed great to know the extent of Vaishnavism and such an extensive field of study. Vaishnavism has great confluence of religion, philosophy, and theology as well, but it is often experienced that religion or philosophy are practiced at very superficial level. This is an era where we have to check whether the religious and philosophical principles can be applied in daily life. So I request Dr. Kala Acharya to give us insights on the relevance of Vaishnavism in education.
Friends, my topic, as has been said, is the relevance of Vaishnavism in education. While taking into consideration relevance of Vaishnavism in education, its metaphysical as well as religious aspect has to be taken into account. As everybody present here knows that according to Ramanujacharya, the ultimate reality is full of auspicious attributes, and this world and all the living beings form his body. It is our duty to know that we are as sacred. We have the same divine particle which the ultimate reality, Brahman or Asankhya Kalyana Guna Ganaugha Maharanav has got. If this is the metaphysical ground of Vaishnavism, then the entire world and all the living beings are as much focal points as God is. And according to this philosophy, we live in a real world. That is why the life and whatsoever exists here is precious. The living beings, being the body of Brahman, are as much sacred as Brahman is. So, no living being can be harmed. Metaphysically, Ramanuja and other theistic thinkers regard the world as real creation of God. It is not an appearance. The living being as well as the world form the body of Brahman. This entails the duty of human beings towards the sentient and the insentient. In this light, no living entity being the part of Brahman should be harmed, and also the nature cannot be harmed. It involves that the insentient world is also sacred, so it should be free from shadow of pollution, corruption, and violence. To the sense of Vaishnavism, the kingdom of God is here and now. One of the Alvars proclaimed that the kingdom of God and the Holy Land are there where you dwell. As a religion, sanctification of human life is the aim of Hinduism. Vaishnavism sanctifies human life through the doctrine of prapatti, which nullifies the ego of a human being and brings him to the state of egolessness. The root of family and other social conflict lie in the ego problem. So, Vaishnavism gives importance to prapatti. Prapatti, being the self-surrender, reduces ego and makes man humble and meek. Prapatti consists of anukulasya sankalpaha, the resolve to treat everyone with goodwill and friendliness. Being convinced that the great truth that everyone and everything down to a tuft of grass is the body of Lord and so deserves respect. And pratikulasya varjanam, that is refraining from all violence, malice, backbiting, falsehood, etc. Vaishnavism considers bhakti as the main path of release. The term bhakti itself means both love and service. Here, love is not directed to God alone. It is also directed to His creation. And hence, Narsi Mehta says, Vaishnava janato tene kahiye je pida parai jane re. Vaishnavism describes 9 aspects of bhakti in which Atmanivedana, that is self-dedication, has to be applied in social life. One's own interests should not override the interests of the society. This can check the problem of hatred, violence, and corruption. Sakhya is also important, as one can consider each and everybody as his friend and not as a foe. This attitude can minimize social conflict. Ramanuja couples knowledge with bhakti. In his commentary on the Brahma Sutra, in the very beginning verse he says, may knowledge transform into intense love become mine. Thus, the message is that knowledge should ripen in love. Today in this world we find that there is so much information, so much of knowledge, so much of technology, but it is being used for the harm to the society, for destruction of human beings and this world. So, Vaishnavism tells us that knowledge should be coupled with love, infinite love for the world, for the living beings, so that this creation sustains. Vaishnavism inculcates the virtue of service, as was mentioned about Islam, in human life through the prescription of charya, conduct, which involves service of all sorts, not only feeding the poor. One more example is that cleaning of the surrounding of the temple, that is also considered as charya, or sowing the seeds is also seeds of trees is also considered as charya. So this service can be extended up to public places. The Swachhata Abhiyana and tree plantation movements can be considered as a code of conduct and a form of service according to Vaishnavism. This will give it an additional dimension of spirituality. Otherwise, all these things are done sometimes for publicity, sometimes because they are imposed, and sometimes out of love also. But if we apply this Vaishnava doctrine, then it will become an inner love for work. Ramanuja considers Kainkarya, service of God or service to those who belong to God, as a quality of Vaishnava person. This equality brings this, whatever this Kainkarya, if we serve each and everybody, then there is bliss. He says Kainkarya Rati, that is the end of service. So when we do social service, sometimes subtly some fruit is expected, if not money, but sometimes publicity, etc. But Ramanuja tells us that Kainkarya itself is Rati, that bliss, and that bliss gives us joy. So there is no other objective behind the service, and then it becomes nishkama karma. So that's why he says Sharanagatosmi tavasmi dasa, or ashesha sheshataika ratirupa nitya kankaro bhavami. As mentioned earlier, since Vaishnavism speaks of world as body of God, all that is chit and achit is sacred. So, the sanctity of the nature, including rivers, oceans, all types of reservoirs of water, the mountains and the rivers, should be maintained, and it should be seen that they are free from pollution. For this purpose, service should be, as I have said earlier, combined with spirituality. Vaishnavism is, as a religion, treats all human beings as equal. The roots of Vaishnava Sampradaya are found in South India with the Alvars, the group of 12 Tamil saints. You all know about it. These pioneers of Vaishnavism, the Alvar saints, had in them one woman, one person of low birth, and a prince. So equality was there from the beginning in Vaishnavism, and different sects in Vaishnavism, for example, Varkari sect, had many saints who had neither high birth nor much learning. The dread of impurity, that is asprushata, deeply ingrained in the minds of people, was shaken by the Vaishnava tradition, as well as they were all equal. They considered everybody equal. It actually practices the declaration, Shuni chaiva shapakecha panditas samadarshinahi. Vaishnavism is termed as Ubhay Vedanta for the reason that it accepts the authority of the Sanskrit text as well as Nalariya Divya Prabandham in Tamil. Thus, Vaishnavism established the trend of the use of local language in the spread of their doctrines. Later, a number of saints followed this example, this trend, and in Marathi, we know that in Maharashtra, Jnaneshwara his composition, everybody knows it is in Marathi, and even Tukaram, Eknathi Bhagwat we know. So in modern education too, the use of regional language is necessary, especially in the rural area, for the spread of knowledge. The Vaishnavas prepared systematic manuals for worship of gods. There was a mention of Orthodox Vaishnavism. So they prepared the digest for worship in temples. This is remarkable, as we find that in education, while introducing a particular policy, particular project or courses, manuals are not prepared well in advance, or if at all they are prepared, they are not easily accessible. So this should be practiced by all of us. Ramanuja sect was divided into two schools, Vadakalai and Tenakalai, and the Vadakalai school, about other differences I will not speak because of want of time, but I will say that the Vadakalai school, about prapatti and love of God, this school says that it is the effort, that the effort is necessary to get the grace of Lord. And it gives the example of the cub of monkey holding fast to its mother. Whereas Tenakalai school says that it gives the example of the kitten which does not do anything on its own. The mother itself takes the kitten to a safe place. What I want to say is that we are aware that the role of parents is significant in child's education. We find both types of children, and some who are very obedient to their teachers, who are dependent on their teachers and parents, and their parents and the teachers have already a design in their mind for the student. But there are some independent ones. They seek freedom in education, freedom of choosing a particular course, particular faculty, freedom of not going to a tuition class, freedom of choosing a particular college. They are independent ones, like the young one of the monkey. So what we should do is that if we impose something, the child is distracted from studies and gets confused. This confusion becomes the permanent feature of his character. On the other hand, there are many who have unshakable faith in their parents and teachers' word, and they tread the path chosen by them and still become successful. So the message is, no path is superior or inferior, as has been, as we get the message from these two different schools. Willingness should be there on the part of the student, and we have to decide. We need not decide a particular path for them. Otherwise, the life of the students become very miserable. Now we have the example of Siddhanta Ganore. Every day we read about him in newspaper, and why he became a culprit is because a particular course was imposed on him which he didn't want to choose. Lastly, what I have to say is that Ramanuja says that there are two more things I want to say, very short, precisely. As a redeemer, Ramanuja mentions two attributes of Brahman. One is Saushilya, that is good character. So, how many of us do remember that we have to stick to good character in our life? How many of us do not fall to temptations in our life? So if we are pointing to the problem of corruption, we should remind ourselves that since we, the living beings, are the part of the body of the divine, we also should have this particular quality in us, that is Saushilya. And another is, he says, is that Saulabhya. Saulabhya is ease of accessibility. How many of us as teachers, as parents, are easily accessible to our children, to our students? How many political leaders are easily accessible to Aam Aadmi? We ourselves should have these two attributes. And the last thing which I have to say is that Ramanuja, while he was on deathbed, he gave some advice to his disciples. What is that advice? He says that is for interfaith dialogue, I want to apply it. That he says that there are three types of people we come across. Some are anukula, they have devotion for God. Some are pratikula, they do not have, they are anti-God. And some are anubhaya, they are neither anukula, they are not pratikula, they are indifferent to God. So he says that if you meet first type of people who are anukula, who have faith in God, then rejoice with their meeting, in their meeting, as you have met your kith and kin, dear ones. If you meet other ones, that is pratikula, then you dread, because you, as though you have seen some reptile or fire. But if you meet the third one, that is anubhaya, that those who are indifferent, he says that don't mind them, as when you walk, you do not mind the stones coming in between. But what is more important, what he adds to it is that still, if they have willingness, then try to bring them on the path of spirituality, because they are the ones who need the help. So, and he says, pity them. Don't hate them, pity them. So when we find young people distracted by wealth or by other, some other, there are many temptations in this world which turn them into terrorists. It's not, it is a long way actually to convert young minds in terrorism. But some do adopt that particular method. There are camps for that. So we should remember that we should not hate such youth. We should try to bring them on the right path. We should have pity for them and we should have love for them. And in the end, he says, while he tells all these things, he says that I pity for those wise persons who have wisdom. There are many people in this world who are really wise, they have wisdom, they are scholars. But he says, what's the use of such wise persons who fall prey to wealth and temptations? So be away from them. I think this is the message. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kala Acharya. Dr. Kala Acharya's speech can be summarized in the following words of Tukaram. विष्णुमय जग वैष्णवांचा धर्म, भेदाभेद भ्रम अमंगळ, कोणाही जीवाचा न घडो मत्सर, वर्म सर्वेश्वर पूजनाचे. तुका म्हणे एका देहाचे अवयव, सुख दुःख जीव भोग पावे. This last line is very important because it is literally the practical application of Ramanuja's philosophy. Often Ramanuja's philosophy and his idea of bhakti is kept different in scholarly world. But I could see that in Dr. Kala Acharya's speech, that each and every philosophical aspect given by Ramanuja is connected with practical life. In the morning also, Dr. Mahulikar has shown all-inclusive nature of Ramanuja's philosophy through his works and through life. I think in the Sahasrabdi of Ramanuja, such effort should be extended more and more. And this can be a study model for reapproaching all the Vaishnava schools in new manner. Vaishnavism is not a religion or philosophy away from us, but it is a way of life. So it is a foremost task of Vaishnava scholars to create such practical manuals for the masses. Thank you, madam, for new insights. We are trying to connect Vaishnavism with the modern day. Vaishnavism has continued in living traditions. Jnaneshwara is the founder of Bhakti school in Maharashtra. Namdev, Tukaram, Eknath all promoted Bhakti as means of liberation in Maharashtra. Varkaris consider Vitthal as supreme being and also follow a particular lifestyle. I request Dr. Shubhada Joshi to elaborate this topic further.
Good afternoon, everybody. Since morning, we have been listening about different aspects of Vaishnavism. At the outset, I feel that I must mention my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers, not because only giving me this opportunity, but also giving the opportunity to listen to different dimensions of Vaishnavism presented by the scholars. So, my horizon of Vaishnavism is enriched, and I suppose everyone sitting in the auditorium. So, thank you very much. I will not take much of your time, even though we are all very much interested in Vaishnavism. The clock is showing that it's the time for lunch break. What I would request you to bear with me for 10 minutes. I would love to elaborate something about Varkari Sampradaya in Maharashtra, which is a Sampradaya of Vithala, but it is a Bhagavata Sampradaya. The relation is with Bhagavata. And I won't say revival, but the hermeneutical interpretation of this Bhagavata Sampradaya is done in the 19th century Maharashtra by Justice Mahadev Govinda Ranade, who calls himself a Nava Bhagavata. And his sermons in Prarthana Samaj are known as Dharma Par Vyakhyana, where he elaborately talks about Nava Bhagavata Sampradaya. I mention Justice Mahadev Govinda Ranade in the context of the need of studying Vaishnavism. Why Vaishnavism? How Vaishnavism? For whom Vaishnavism? These will be the crucial questions when we are thinking of introducing Vaishnavism in the domain of field of knowledge. And with my little experience in the Department of Philosophy, where Department of Philosophy created 2 such centers to study a religio-philosophical tradition in a holistic way. One is the Center for Jaina Academy Research, where Jainology is studied as a philosophy, and also its art, architecture, religion, language, because the writings of Jainology are in Prakrit. So, the holistic way of studying and the contemporary relevance, because the youth is constantly asking the question that why should we study it? How should we study it? And of course, once convinced, then the study, the journey in the domain of knowledge becomes always a journey full of joy. This we have experienced in philosophy department since 1993 onwards, where Jainology is studied. And following the steps of this Jaina Center, in 2003, the Center for Study of Vallabha Vedanta was created in the Department of Philosophy. It's still working, functioning. There also the study of Vaishnavism is done in comparison with Vaishnava traditions in India. It is also, of course, the main emphasis is on Vallabha and Vallabha's philosophy. But we have included the comparative study to give a holistic picture, and also the art, architecture, language, literature part of it in the course. Since then, I was thinking that Vaishnavism is a very strong thread which has united India, east, west, north, and south. If we look at our cultural strength, and this is, I really think, is the need, that the young generation thinks that the culture in a way is irrelevant or a burden or is within only the domain of family, relatives, but not in the social domain. But I think if we look at this and ask the questions which the modern contemporary society poses to us, and if we try to find the answers to them, not that this is an easy process, but in the domain of knowledge, nothing is easy. The questions are asked, and then one has to struggle to get the answers. The answers may be not always up to the expectations, but this is how the examined life one has to lead. We don't propagate religion, and universities are not for propagation of religion, but for the academic study of a religio-philosophy complex. University is the appropriate place. And Bombay University is very, very open to such proposals, is my experience, working in the Department of Philosophy. Vaishnavism, with its variety, and I'm very happy that we heard about Vaishnavism right from the Vedic days, Vedic traditions, up to almost the modern times. Its history, its geography, its culture, its religion, its variety in language in morning presentations. And this, I think, is very, very important. In spite of our variety, in spite of our plurality, in spite of our differences, there are lots and lots of commonalities which unite us. And this is the beauty of India. We are many, but at the same time there is common something which unites us. And it is this commonality, if we are able to find out, and it's a joy to study this commonality, because this commonality is also full of variety. There are many songs, there are many languages, there are many arts, and there may be part of archaeology, history. A center should be such where such interdisciplinary approach should be taken. And I think that, especially in Maharashtra, study of Vaishnavism, if is to be done along with the study of Varkari cult, Varkari Sampradaya, because even though Bhagavata Sampradaya is very old, and Professor Padinando mentioned Satvata and Bhagavata and Pancharatra and Vaishnava Parampara since the ancient times, the variety of Bhagavata tradition in this very land, which contributed immensely to the culture of this land, unfortunately remains unnoticed by those who work in the domain of knowledge, because we work in the domain of knowledge in a very, very specialized way. What we did in philosophy department to make it available to all people, those who are not regularly studying philosophy, is we made them open as short-term courses, opened on Saturdays and Sundays, where those who would like to join the course would study, but of course there will be a discipline to study, not just entertainment. It's a text-based course, a syllabus proper, interdisciplinary approach, visiting faculty, and then the learners, they may come from a very traditional sectarian mindset. Our experience over the years is that opening up of the minds of the learners takes place. And this is a joy. When we get the feedback, this is a joy. Now, against this backdrop, I'll mention a few characteristics of Varkari Sampradaya in Maharashtra. Being Bhagavat, being Vaishnava, the important features of Vaishnava tradition are characteristically present in this sect also. Like Vishnumaya Jaga. Vrikshavalliyama soyare vanachari. It means that the creepers, the birds, all the animals, they are our relatives. This is a composition which is a reflect of Vishnumaya Jagat. You know, what is important is that a shift from Sanskrit to vernacular. Now this is also there in Tamil Nadu, the Alvaras, for example. This is also there in the northeastern part of India. This is also in the western part of India, where variety of Hindi dialects were used to sing the glory of Krishna. In Maharashtra, this has happened. So look at the dimension of Vaishnavism, even if we refer to the language, literature and philosophy in the regional languages. So it's a regional language. And you know, it was composed at that time where Sanskrit was given the highest position, as English is given, unfortunately, the highest position present days. And Dhaneshwara, and not only Dhaneshwara, Eknath also says, Sanskrita bhasha deve ke liye Marathi kayat sora pasoni dhali. It means that if Sanskrit is created by God, divine creation, Sanskrit, then is language Marathi has originated from the thieves and the rogues. This is also divine origin because after all it's a language which is spoken. They were all Sanskrit scholars. Eknath was a Sanskrit scholar who translated Bhagavat in Marathi, and his Eknathi Bhagavat is very popular amongst the Varkaris. And you know, his son was ardent admirer of Sanskrit language, and he thought that his father is not worthy of praise. A very eye-opener incident happened when the scholars and pandits of Banaras, Kashi, they took the Marathi version of Bhagavat in a palquin, and carried it on their shoulders and felicitated Eknath for translating, for doing it in Marathi. He was a learned scholar. So was Dhaneshwara. You know, his composition, which is a hermeneutical interpretation. He doesn't call it a translation. He calls it Bhavartha Deepika. What he wants to put it before the people of that particular period, he wants to bring a transformation in the lives of the people. You know, there is a formula which we use in establishing utility of philosophy. You know, this is a very pragmatic era. Everyone asks, what is the utility of philosophy? Oh, you are doing philosophy. Is it useful? Philosophy is present as crisis, and then there are praxis. And why is it that the praxis are put forward? To bring the transformation in not only individual's life, but also at the social domain. Dhaneshwar did it. When he wrote Dhaneshwari, what was the transformation? He made the treasures of spirituality open to one and all. Stri Shudradike. And he says it repeatedly in Dhaneshwari, and it is still practiced in the Varkari cult. My grandmother was a Varkari. I've seen it very closely. She used to go to Pandharpur walking, and no discrimination. And you know, her dindi was only dindi of women. And still, without any fear and without any anxiety, she used to enjoy going. and hardly any caste distinctions are practiced. But where the religion lacked, it remained at the spiritual domain, but is not reflected in the social domain. Now with the constitution making it compulsory, we realize that this practice at the social domain also is very important. This can reach to people through the spiritual, philosophical, cultural legacy, so that the mindset of the people will be willingly accepting equality. Dhaneshwar did it. And then he said, Ramakrishna Hari Mantra Sopa Japare. It's a mantra which is very simple. Sopa, very simple. And you go on chanting Ramakrishna Hari, and you will be able to surrender at the feet of Vithala. Vithala, Vishnu, Krishna, it's one. Dhaneshwara's philosophy is Advaita Vedanta. It's not Vishishtha Advaita. But still, Dhaneshwar advocated Saguna Bhakti. And along with Dhaneshwar, all the saints from Maharashtra advocated Saguna Bhakti with a firm belief that Saguna is just a symbol required for the people, just as language, name, form, everything is required to understand the nature of divinity, which is really beyond name, beyond form, beyond experience. And therefore Tukaram says, Kashachi ke liye amba pari kase no hai amba. The idol is made up of a metal. But the metal is not the divinity. It's a symbolic expression. And therefore, ritualism has not played a vital role in this, because the murti itself is a symbol. Ritualism also is a symbol. What is very important is the purity from within. It's the purity of the mindset. And what is very important is respecting the other. If respecting the other is coming in the way of my performance of a ritual, I will not perform the ritual, rather I will respect the mindset of the other, is the teaching of the Varkari sect. And this is how I saw it is practiced in the families. I think it is very important. Otherwise, we say, please, don't do it, don't touch it, don't keep it, don't. This don't, it's sometimes it becomes a prohibiting factor. What I feel is that relooking at our cultural heritage as a uniting factor is very, very important. Doing it in the interdisciplinary way is very important. I see many, many areas. First of all, we may have to justify why. But after doing this, then if it is done not in a fragmented manner, if it is done in a holistic way, how historians approach at it, how philosophers are looking at it, how sociologists are looking at it, how language people are looking at it, because this is very important. I may not be knowing Tamil, I may not be knowing Maithili language. My knowledge is bound to be fragmented, and therefore it should be a pool. It should be like a school for the study of Vaishnavism. And it should take up projects. I'll only conclude saying the Bhagavata saints and the impact of Bhagavata saints on Maharashtra culture, written by Justice Mahadev Govinda Ranade in the 19th century. And his Rise of Maratha Power, where he wrote introduction also, there he has written that these works of saints created the land ready for the rise of Maratha power. So, rise of Maratha power means Shivaji. And according to him, it was not accident that Shivaji could go to the people and people supported this idea, because this whole idea was given by the saint literature. I'll just read the quotation from writings of Justice Ranade, and I'll end my presentation. Justice Mahadev Govinda Ranade writes, clap after I finish this. After that, I'm not going to say anything. If the religious movement gave us a literature of considerable value in the vernacular language of the country, it modified the strictness of the old spirit of caste exclusiveness. It raised the Shudra classes to a position of spiritual power and social importance. It gave sanctity to the family relations and raised the status of women. It made the nation more humane, at the same time more pure, to hold together by mutual toleration. It suggested and partly carried out a plan of reconciliation with the Mohammedans and the Christianity. It subordinated the importance of rites and ceremonies and of pilgrimages and fasts and of learning and contemplation to the higher excellence of worship by means of love and faith. Love and faith replaced the dogma. It checked the excess of polytheism. It tended in all these ways to raise the nation generally to a higher level of capacity, both of thought and action, and prepared it in a way no other nation in India was prepared to take the lead in re-establishing a united native power in the place of foreign domination. Unquote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam. Dr. Shubhada Joshi has highlighted means of spreading Vaishnavism and also the holistic and interdisciplinary approach towards the Vaishnava studies. There is no meaning in finding relevance when philosophy becomes the way of life. Varkari is such a tradition in Maharashtra where people get engrossed in the delight of Vitthala Bhakti. So thank you, Madam. And now we just open the session for a brief discussion, for which I intend to initiate certain question to our panelists. So first, I would like to address a question to Dr. Ferdinando Sardella. When we are talking about the spreading of Vaishnava religion and Vaishnava studies, basic question comes to our mind is, why religion? How we connect religion with academics and studies? So we would like to know your views on this issue.
Thank you for your question. It was mentioned that a university, there is a culture of science and reason that goes back to, as we heard, Bologna in 1088. The first university was created. And in terms of religion, there is saying that religion without reason is sentimental. And reason without religion becomes dry and too intellectual. So the study of religion in a university environment, in a secular society where we are living, has to be, the foundation has to be non-confessional. It has to be based on reason and argumentation and studies of empirical evidence. So this is the foundation, but a study of religion in a scientific environment can be understood as complementary to those who practice a religion in terms of spirituality. For example, there is a very established tradition of Christian studies, theological studies in India and around the world. There is a very established tradition of Buddhist studies, which is very rich, which is also practiced and by researchers who are Buddhists. And there is, of course, Jewish studies where researchers and scholars are Jewish and practicing themselves. So there is already a tradition of practitioners being researchers and scholars and contributing and enriching the understanding of the traditions. Problem has been that in terms of Hinduism, for example, outside of India, it's very uncommon to find practitioners who are actually scholars of Hinduism. So there is a kind of a gap over there. But in general, as far as I can see, I don't see a contradiction between a secular, non-confessional study of religion in an academic environment and the practice of religion as a spirituality.
Yes, yes. Indeed, it is a valid point that religious studies are important. When we come to Vaishnava studies, definitely we have to study the core text. So like Bhagavata Purana, Bhagavad Gita, Ramayana, Mahabharata are definitely important texts and source books of Vaishnava studies. And Dr. Kala Acharya highlighted the practicality of the philosophy of Ramanuja. So definitely it is one of the approach, that practical application of philosophical studies. But what can be the other means and what can be the methodology of teaching, learning and studies of the core text of Vaishnavism in order to spread it?
That was already shown by our friend, different art. Through art he has shown how it can be done, and there are different traditions. For example, there is tradition of singing out Ramayana and telling the stories of Ramayana or Mahabharata. So there are different traditions like that. So through art we can propagate the philosophy also and religion, and people appreciate that very much. So for that, for those persons who do not have any background in education, for them it is very important. For example, there are loka kala which are taught, and they are taught to common people, no? And for that, not even in universities also there are not very strict qualifications for the admission. In the same way, if it is implemented, then religion can be taught or philosophy can be taught in that way. For philosophy, certainly there is some background is needed, and for that short courses can be formulated and they can be taught.
Yes, really art is the effective medium of propagating philosophy and religion. And Dr. Shubhada Joshi highlighted in her speech that we are running different courses, like university runs different courses in mysticism, bhakti, Jainology, Vallabha Vedanta in different departments. And we have many students also. But still we feel that the awareness should be increased regarding these courses, and many people should benefit by these courses. So can we deliberate on such means to create awareness regarding these courses and also the academic study of the core text of Vaishnavism? Because as you highlighted in your speech that people come with different backgrounds and sectarian approach. So what can be those means to create such awareness in the society?
Well, in philosophy department, the courses which are designed, they are all text-based. Yeah. But what we do is, when we take these texts to the first-time learners, those who are not exposed to philosophy, we tell them that this is to be argued upon, debated, thought over, but in a very simpler way, we give it to them.
Correct.
Of course, what is very important is that we should make the learners think about this entire activity.
Yeah.
Why is it that we are doing this? Is the main question which is asked by those who join with the faith. And they want an answer to the question. This is what we have experienced, whether it is Jaina, whether it is Vedanta, whether it is Buddhism, because we are doing courses in Buddhism also, whether it is yoga. Why is it done this way? And if we are able to put not our own explanation, but the text, and then understanding the text and interpretation of the text and discussion over the text, then the entire process is really process of joy, as I said. Because they learn how a text is to be studied. And this also is our experience, that maybe after 2 months, 3 months, they come to us and they say, we are enjoying the course because we never have thought this way.
Correct.
That it could have been this way. So I think this is the advantage of doing a study in the university. Correct. And you know, another great advantage being associated with the university is that university, after all, is contributing to the domain of knowledge extensively. And if we have to really preserve our traditions, then the best way is to be the contributor to the domain of knowledge. Now, being in the mainstream, being in the university is, you are adding to the domain of knowledge in a very significant way. See, for example, if an endowment is created in a particular department, and if the entire infrastructure is provided by a particular sect to study that sect. Now, what is very important is to critical study, hermeneutical study, and asking questions pertaining to present. All that, if it is done, it's always a win-win situation.
Right.
Win-win situation because university benefits, and it's a win-win situation because the people also benefit, the learners also benefit. So there should be such, and in your department, in Sanskrit department also these activities are done. Dr. Mahulikar, Dr. Madhavi, you all are doing it, and we also are doing, she also is doing in her institution, her own way, reaching out to people and making them think about it and make them slight restless, asking questions which otherwise they may not like. Now, it's not just to tease them.
Yes.
It's not to tell them that whatever they are doing is wrong, but it's just to make them aware that thinking in the process is also very important. And of course, the hermeneutical exercise is important. Relating it to the present as living, because after all, these are all ways of living. And there has been a transformation. History plays a very vital role in this because people come to know that so many changes this tradition has adopted.
Yes.
And that is why the tradition is very living tradition. So that's why I think that doing in the modern context also is very, very essential. It is done traditionally, is perfectly all right. But doing it in the modern context at the university level is also very necessary. And let me tell you just one thing. When we started the course in Buddhism, Buddhist studies and Vipassana, in Mumbai there were scholars of Pali language where even fingers of one hand would have been enough.
Correct.
We started that, and what we did is we just introduced a short 1-month course of Pali language just to give the orientation of Pali language. Now there is, in our university itself, there is a separate department of Pali language, and there are MA courses in Pali language, and there are PhD courses in Pali language. This is how the tradition is going ahead. So contributing to the tradition also is important. Prakrit is studied by a small group. The Prakrit is introduced as a language and a small workshop organized. Now, there are all India workshops happening for the study of Prakrit.
Yes.
So this also happens. Interdisciplinary approach is enriching the field of knowledge and adding to the horizon of knowledge. And that's a joy. That's a joy. Thank you.
We have experienced that debates and discussion and questioning attitude and interdisciplinary approach should be continued more and more in the academic field to spread any religious and philosophical thoughts. I would like to address a different issue which was highlighted in the inaugural session by Mr. Satish Mot, that we are facing dearth of research in India regarding the Vaishnava studies. So first I would like to ask Dr. Ferdinando, what is the status of Vaishnava studies outside India?
It was mentioned earlier that there is a journal of Vaishnava studies, but the study of Vaishnavism is a bit neglected in terms of there are many introductory courses on Hinduism, for example, introduction to Hinduism and so on. And of course Vaishnavism is part of it. But there is no really very much focus on it. So there are scholars who are specializing on the Mahabharata, Ramayana, like that, but it's all very scattered. So even there, I would say the field of Vaishnava studies is there is no really focus for it.
Okay.
And as much as in India, there is a need to create some foundation because Vaishnavism is such a large tradition and it is so vast. For example, study of Sikhism are very well developed in the West. Study of Judaism, of course, is very well developed, although the population of Judaism and Sikhism is relatively very small. But in terms of Vaishnavism, which has such a huge history and such a wide population and cultural influence, the proportion is not balanced. There is very little focus on it. So that's the situation.
Yeah, it needs to be created, very right. Now I keep this question. Yeah.
Just one line I would
Yeah,
like
Dr.
to
Shubhra
add.
Joshi.
There are many research institutes where Vaishnavism is studied. What is required is that there should be sort of connectivity.
Yes, that is lacking.
Even in Bombay, there may be 2, 3, 4 institutions studying Vaishnavism. There should be a common program done by all 5 research institutes. That would be beneficial. So there should be a dialogue, academic dialogue, even within Bombay or within Maharashtra or rest of India. There may be Vaishnava studies, Vaishnava centers doing the studies. And then of course expansion can take place. But for the expansion also there should be a roadmap. First there should be established dialogue between the existing institutes, and then the research should go ahead.
Yeah, very good.
Yes, madam.
Just one sentence I want to add to this, that if there are many institutes and if people are not aware or the students of a particular institute are not aware about another institute, what I suggest is that there should be 2 to different institutes, and that should form the part of the syllabus, and because experiential learning is very much important, and to go to in that particular environment. For example, instead of learning in educational institute like any educational institute, if you go to a particular math to learn that particular tradition, it creates a different impact. So this way also the dialogue can be established.
Yes, definitely it is the way. And we would like to conclude with this note that how Vaishnavism and the studies in Vaishnavism can be spread is having a dialogue between the institutes which are studying this and researching on this issue. And if there is a time, we would like to take certain questions, some pointed questions from audience about this issue. And I will request audience that please mention to whom you are addressing a question, the panelist, name of the panelist. So we open this issue for discussion.
I am Prashant Deshpande. This is a question to Shubhda Joshi madam. In her studies of Varkari Sampradaya in Maharashtra, what are the linkages which are empirically, historically she has discovered in terms of connection between Varkari tradition in Maharashtra and the Gaudiya tradition in Eastern India?
I did not elaborate it because of shortage of time. I mentioned it saying that all the characteristics of Vaishnava tradition are present in the Varkari tradition also. So they connect as the devotion of Rama or devotion of Krishna or devotion of Vithala, and then the spiritual equality and brotherhood. And the motto is to liberalize and then equalize and spiritualize. That is there. The acceptance of vernacular language, that is there in all other parts of country also, where Vaishnavism, especially the Bhakti movement, which is spread. Bhakti movement spread mainly in the regional languages rather than Sanskrit. Maybe in Karnataka, the compositions of Jagannath Das and the other Dasas in Karnataka, because my teacher was from Karnataka, and he used to tell me, because I don't know Kannada language, maybe Gauri Mahalikar will be able to tell us, but he used to tell me that that was so Sanskritized Kannada language that all other adjectives describing maybe Lord Vithala or Vishnu or Krishna would be in Sanskrit, and only the last verb would be in Kannada. That was the predominance of Sanskrit language. But masses were not knowing this. For the first time, Bhakti movement opened the treasure of spirituality to masses. whether it is Tamil Nadu, whether it is Karnataka, whether it is Maharashtra, Gujarat, or the northern part of India. It adopted local language. And this egalitarian approach is also there. So apart from Vishnu Bhakti and Krishna Bhakti and all that, and Vishnumaya Jagat is very important doctrine which is commonly shared by the Varkaris and the Vaishnavas. And they call themselves Bhagavatas because they believe in Prasthanatrayi in Sanskrit, but corresponding to that Prasthanatrayi in Sanskrit, they created the Prasthanatrayi in Marathi. You know, Gita is commented upon, and so Jnaneshwari is the first one related to Gita. Bhagavat in Marathi, which is originally from Sanskrit. So one of the Prasthanatrayi. And also the compositions of Tukaram, which play a very important role taking the Vaishnava message to the masses. So there may be variations, but of course there are commonalities, of course. I did not mention it because I thought that so many people have said it already. There is no point in repeating the same thing, and time at my disposal was very short. I have written an article on Bhakti movement in Maharashtra and Gujarat, which is published in the volume on Hinduism, which is a part of a project called Philosophy, History, Language in the Indian Tradition. It is available in Munshiram Manohar Lal. It's a big article giving all the details of Bhakti movement and Varkari Sampradaya and its Bhagavad characteristics and all that. If you're interested, you may read that. Thank you so much.
One sentence to this. One similar thing is that the style is different, but Kirtana, that is the similar point, but the styles are absolutely different in Varkari Sampradaya and Gaudiya Parampara. And the style she was telling was, Nama Japa is also there, and Mala and all these things, Gopi Chandan, etc., use of all these symbols. And then the sacred things for both are the same, one and the same. One thing she was mentioning, Dr. Shubhada Joshi was mentioning about the style is Manipravala, it is called Manipravala, that is Sanskrit and Tamil. Thank you very much. But this is not what I want to say about Gauda and Varkari Sampradaya. Manipravala is altogether a different thing. It is about the language in which the sacred texts are there.
Thank you, madam. We can take one more question from the audience.
Thank you. I want to address the question to Dr. Ferdinando. So you mentioned the 7 areas which needs reflection in Vaishnavism, and one of the things that you highlighted was that the metaphysics and the philosophy behind the bhakti cult should be highlighted. Yeah. So there is a growing influence in today's cult of a combined study between the modern quantum science metaphysics and the philosophical importance of metaphysics and the ontology. So do you think this kind of interdisciplinary studies are relevant, or do they distort both the areas of science and philosophy or religion? Do we need to combine these fields, or they are distinctly different from each other and don't need any relevance together?
Thank you for your question. Yes, the question is whether religion and science can have a dialogue with each other at all. Let's say, in the example of Buddhist studies, for example, the study of consciousness is a major issue. And in Vedanta philosophy, the idea that Brahman is the supreme consciousness and that the individual jiva is characterized by consciousness is a potential area that could be explored further. And as you mentioned in quantum physics, the connection between the consciousness, how our consciousness can actually influence the movement of atomic particles has been proved. So the role of consciousness in physics, that is the connection between biology, not biology, but chemistry, the world of matter, and biology, the world of animation and life, that link can be productive. And if the connection with psychology also made, I mean, what is the role of consciousness in influences the body and influences matter. That connection is postulated in the Vedanta, of course, and in the Bhagavata Purana. But then maybe that could be areas that could be further explored. So there are certain openings in the Vaishnava literature, in the Vaishnava philosophy and theology that could possibly be applied in the field of physics and psychology. So that's already been explored by Buddhist scientists. So I would say, why not also doing a similar thing for Vaishnavism?
Yes, madam.
I'll just add to this. Zuhu ISKCON, there is a center for research where consciousness studies is done in this way, where Vaishnava metaphysics and philosophy and consciousness from the scientific perspective. And many times international conferences in interdisciplinary manner take place. I know this because their research institute is affiliated to philosophy and of course Bombay University, but it is through the discipline of philosophy and the interdisciplinary approach, especially in the area of consciousness. But your anxiety is also worth noting, whether it distorts really or whether it depends on the expertise of the scholar who is approaching the particular subject.
Now, a very important guest is among us, that is Dr. Vinayak Dalvi. Like in every era, there is somebody who comes as a Vignaharta. So today he is a Vignaharta to university to sort out issues of examination and results. So he has been recently appointed by Chancellor Governor Sir as a OSD, Officer on Special Duty. So we would like to first of all felicitate him by Gauranga Prabhuji. Now I would like to request him to speak few words on today's subject.
Thank you very much, Dr. Snehal, Honorable Vice Chancellor on the dais, the other dignitaries, Gaurang Prabhuji, and this learned audience. Very honestly, I'm an odd man out. I am a teacher in zoology and with nothing to do with Sanskrit and philosophy and things like that. I don't mind confessing, madam, but I don't remember any time I have passed in Sanskrit. And if at all I have passed my SSC, Hindi helped me. Unfortunately, what happens is I cannot mug up anything. I had made an attempt of even learning tabla when I was Director of Students' Welfare and the music department was just adjacent. Nageshkar sir used to teach, I went. I could play what he wanted me to, but I could not speak it out. He had given me one small qaida which I had kept below my on the table below the glass. I might be talking to people, but all the while I was trying to mug it up. And it was not possible for me for 8 days. And Nageshkar asked me, how you passed SSC? So that is a phobia with Sanskrit. But let me tell you one thing. I started listening to Sanskrit news. ज्याला संधी विग्रह म्हणतात त्या पद्धतीनं इफ संस्कृत इज स्पोकन इट्स नॉट व्हेरी डिफिकल्ट टू अंडरस्टँड. I feel that it is made difficult by, without telling you the logic or without making you comfortable, you are asked to mug up certain things, and that makes it difficult. Otherwise, there is a lot of philosophy which flows only through Sanskrit. how am I connected with this? By the way, one correction, Dr. Snehal, I am not appointed by the Chancellor. I am appointed by the Vice Chancellor. We had a meeting with the Governor, of course. And secondly, I have not yet taken charge, though I am trying to help. It's a Herculean task before us. And we are trying to clear up the results of about 18 lakhs of papers which are scanned, and yes, the governor wants us to declare it by the end of this month. Maybe by tomorrow I'll take the charge, but we have started up that cleaning process. A tough job for me, and certainly I want blessings of Almighty. ISKCON? Yeah. I like it. I like it basically because of Govinda. I love the taste. Whosoever is chef there, it's marvelous. No onion, no garlic, but it's really marvelous. Beautiful. Yeah. I may not be, भूक लागली आहे, खाल्लं नाही सकाळपासून नाही खाल्लं, खाऊ शकतच नाही, गेल्या 2-3 दिवसात नाही जेवलो सकाळी. I really do not believe in rituals, but I believe in maybe karma yoga. One thing is sure, philosophy is absolutely essential. Hinduism is such that it has always honored all the religions, certainly. So we always believe, we Hindus believe in the fact that we honor and respect and learn different kinds of philosophies. Mumbai University also has been practicing that. There is a college called as Somaiya College which has been doing it. They have various facilities to understand philosophies of different things. But we have Islamic studies, we have Buddhist, we have so many. But the fact remains that there is no studies devoted to Vaishnavism. And if it is so, I think University of Mumbai must take care of it. It all started on this note that we had a discussion how to go about it, and I said, yes, I am all out. Whatever little I can do, I'll try to convince the authorities to have it introduced. This international seminar was discussed at that time, and apart from this, they were thinking of giving recognition to GEV, Govardhan Eco Village, and the institutions there to be recognized as a research institute of the University of Mumbai. And we were discussing about it, how to go about that. I had an opportunity of not only visiting the place, but participating in international conference then. One thing troubles me always of this organization. Always. Even last time when I was invited there, I was not told that I am supposed to speak, and I was one of the panelists after reaching there. Today, a hell lot of confusion in my brain, calculating the various papers and things like that, and I arrive here as a courtesy call since I had promised, and I am asked to deliver a speech. This always becomes a problem for me, but I feel comfortable because there are positive vibes. I know that I can connect easily, comfortably. You don't feel awkward somehow, and that makes me comfortable. So when she said I have to talk, I was really scared, but I said, okay, no issues. All that now I want to convey in my concluding remarks is that when the thought of GEV was being churned out to recognize it as a research institute, and when we were assessing the validity vis-a-vis the norms of the university, certain suggestions certainly I gave so that we are at par with what university wants. But while talking to the Honorable Vice Chancellor, very dynamic person this university has got, definitely he takes decisions. If you talk about this, even the issues in the examination for which I have been appointed as OSD and I might take the charge by tomorrow, it was a bold decision of the Vice Chancellor. Every coin has two sides. We are seeing that the results are being delayed. I agree. Of course, I have pitched in only yesterday. Let's see what we can do. But what is the other side of this coin? There was no transparency. There was a lot of room for malpractices when the papers were collected physically, checked physically. Today, when they are on screen, nobody can make any changes. Most importantly, for revaluation, students used to struggle for 6 months. Now, since it is on screen, I believe at one click the paper would come for evaluation. The transparency, the authenticity, everything is being enhanced. Okay, some system is to be streamlined. Very bold decision of the Vice Chancellor. Why? Because he is totally against corruption, totally against possibilities of malpractices. Such a dynamic Vice Chancellor, I was sure, will definitely support the idea of having Vaishnavism in place with the academic recognition in the university. I am sure they would also think of GV being one of the research centers, no doubt. But all that I told him, why GV should be given recognition, I have visited it. And I just told him, Sanskar arabhyate matuhu garbhat krutopanayanasya tatamula padat gurukula praveshaha bhavati tat pasyat purna purusha iti parivartanam bhavati balakat timirandhap karopi harati sarvatha tasya gurukulasya mahima ke gatum samartha. Tasya gurukulasya mahima ke gatum samartha. GV, I believe, is that kind of a gurukul. It's high time we should recognize it as a research institute. I would only say that, seek blessings of Almighty and say thank you to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I know that you are a very versatile personality, and you initially said you cannot speak anything, but ultimately in the last verse you have explained everything. So thank you very much. Now, not wasting much of time, I know everybody is very hungry. Now I'll call upon Dr. Barode to present the vote of thanks, and then we'll do the national anthem. And already there is a packed lunch which you will be given, because in this premise lunch is not allowed, so you'll have to carry that. Thank you. Dr. Barode.
Good afternoon to one and all. I'm here to propose a vote of thanks to one and all who have participated in the first of its kind international conference on the theme of relevance, role and resurgence of Vaishnavism studies in 21st century. First and foremost, I would like to thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Sanjay Deshmukh, for stealing some time for and participating in the conference and delivering inaugural address, encouraging us to go ahead with the issue. And I'm sure that his encouragement and his ideas will prevail in the research center that is going to be very soon a vibrant place full with activities where the new ideas about Vaishnavism will be generated, interpreted, and circulated in order to improve the texture of common people across the globe. Then I would like, thanks are also due to the various guests. Let me begin with His Grace Gaurang Prabhuji for two reasons. creating such a vibrant platform for exchange of ideas in a new area, and for encouraging with his ideas about Vaishnavism in his inaugural speech. I would also like to thank Dr. Satish Moth, Maya Shahani, Professor Gauri Mahulkar, Professor Fernando Sardila, providing international dimension to the today's activity, Dr. Ruby Sain, Dr. Makbul Islam, Professor Madhvi Narsale, Dr. Shakuntala Gaude, Professor Kala Acharya, Professor Shubhada Joshi, for providing us very insightful discourses through their chosen topics on the theme of Vaishnavism. I would also like to thank to Dr. Snehal Donde and Dr. Sumant Rudra, Principal Oswal College and Director of BVRC, respectively, for their ceaseless efforts in making the thing happen the way we wanted it to happen. Thank you very much for that. I would also like to thank a few personalities. Number one, the ardent devotees of Vaishnavism, students, researchers, volunteers, especially the students of Oswal College, for making the show happen in a very, very disciplined manner. I would also like to thank to university administration for providing us with such a beautiful auditorium for the deliberations on our during our conference. And the last one is the canteen people for providing a good refreshment and food packets for after the food of thought, we need food for belly. Thank you very much once again.